We'll start the stream talking about the Vistani scent line.
Yeah.
Jesus
I
Christ.
actually-
Oh.
I actually did find some very cheap scents on eBay.
Hello,
Hey.
friends. So welcome to session 27 of Curse of Strahd.
Sponsored by Vistani Perfume.
Yes, sponsored by Vistani Perfume. That's the most important part.
What about Dasani?
What about Dasani? It's like sewer water that they ship out to retail stores near you.
Wait,
Poisoning
what's
our youth.
that? What's that thing? I don't know this thing you're talking about.
No. Let me. Dasani is not sewer water. It is perfectly acceptable water. However, the fact that they're charging an arm and a leg for it is ridiculous.
Oh, is it bottled water?
I suppose.
Yeah.
I suppose if you want to be economical, yes, that makes sense. I'm just speaking from personal experience. I hate Dasani water. It's ew. I never liked it. It just doesn't taste good to me.
Did anyone
That's
ask
fair.
for
Water tastes
microplastics?
weird.
Huh? What was that, Suko?
Did somebody say microplastics?
I love the microplastics. Yummy, yummy.
There's also some rumors out there that they're putting lead in Lunchables now.
I think that was an accidental thing, but that's...
Yeah, that sounds like an accident to me.
Yeah, it's just that they're not very good at health and safety.
Right.
And I'd be curious to see if that carries over to like other countries, because there's Lunchables here, but our food standards are a bit higher, so I'm curious if we're also got the lead in the Lunchables.
Yeah. Alright, so,
Well, it's not
we're
so
just
much that
waiting
your.
for- yeah.
It's not so much that your standards are higher. It's that your standards are actually enforced.
Oh, true. Oh, actually, no, Australia's food standards are pretty high, like, legally wise, but they are also enforced, yeah. They
Mhm.
should be.
Yeah.
Again, it's. Yeah, it's because no one wants to fund the FDA.
Mm. Dude, Kitchen Nightmares scares me watching American episodes. I'm like, oh my god.
That's
That would have to be like extreme though.
I have never worked in a restaurant where there was legitimately where the kitchen was as bad as it was on Kitchen Nightmares.
Yeah,
I've
like
never worked in a kitchen like that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, neither have I. And I worked at a
The
Pizza
kid-
Hut.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. So there may in fact be a little bit of truth in Burger King foot lettuce.
Ah!
The thing about Burger King foot lettuce is that actually happened.
Mm.
And the person was a goddamn idiot and was fired.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
That fucks me up.
Ugh.
So wait,
Mhm.
just clarify for me. The Burger King foot lettuce thing isn't just a meme?
See, the thing is, the meme comes from a countdown of like things that actually happened.
Right.
No. I thought it was just a
Number
funny
15.
phrase.
Nope.
No.
It's not. You would be surprised how dumb us Americans can be.
I mean,
Number
it could
And
it
it
could
was
be
for
worse.
clout
There's
on
always,
4chan of all
there's
sites.
always like there's always
4chan.
those fucking weird things because there's like in KFC there's the golden wing, or you know
No.
in some Domino's there's the ultimate supreme, which is you just get everything, all the leftovers at the end of the night and put it on some poor fuck supreme. Like there's always that in the workplace environment in fucking some of the fast food. It's just,
KFC
you know,
gives me a stomachache, and I never really knew
Fair
why. But then I learned how like KFC is, and I was like, oh, that explains it.
yeah.
I like the KFC near me. I'm gonna be honest. I really don't want to go to them in the future because they fucked up my order so often, and they're overpriced as shit.
Yeah.
I've recently been turned off from KFC in recent years because I've just tasted fried chicken that's so much better.
Yeah.
Legit,
like Korean fried chicken.
the two
Yeah, I've never had that.
the two actual fast food places around me that have tended to be the most consistently best quality, and this will shock you. Burger King, that's not the shocking part. Taco Bell.
Oh,
Taco Bell. What?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It may not be authentic
like-
Mexican food, but it still is food.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like you can enjoy it, but you will be going home to shit yourself later.
I've
Yeah,
never
Taco
had that
Bell,
issue with Taco Bell.
Yeah, like Taco Bell is actually pretty nice for all the times I tried
never had it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
yeah, like
really
for Taco Bell, at least for me, I at worst I think they're experimental, but that's really not knocking the quality of their food, which is like it's
Absolutely not.
definitely come a long way since the 90s.
Oh yeah, it used to be way worse.
Yes.
Although I will say the cheesy gordita crunch is a banger.
Yeah, those look good.
And now I
Alright.
have cinnamon rolls.
Oh, I love cinnamon
Yeah.
rolls. So
Okay,
I'm glad to hear
so
that if I go to
we-
America, I don't need to be scared of Taco Bell.
No, you
so
don't.
we are currently waiting for letter to get here. So while we wait for him, I'm just going to read the recap to help get everyone mentally ready, because we're gonna start soon. But yeah, it may also help give him time to get in here. All right. Those who fight monsters. Following a long and grueling confrontation at the Lunar River Crossroads, Anastasia Karlova has finally been freed from the curse placed upon her by Strahd. The Terror Court was whisked away from further danger by the Morning Lord himself, who instructed the party to split up and cover more ground to find the remaining treasures of Ravenloft. With the help of their guide, Miriam, we follow Kira, Ark, Mimi, and Suko through the ruins of Berez, a town that was devastated by Strahd during the Battle of Berez a little over a century ago, in Barovia time. They discovered fragments of a dark history and met and negotiated with strange creatures before making their way inside Baba Lysaga's hut. Mimi was deemed worthy to hold the symbol of Ravenkind, excuse me. The symbol of Ravenkind by Mother Night herself, and Kira takes the mysterious flesh golem fashioned after a baby Strahd for safekeeping. But not long afterwards, the party of four encounters a youthful-looking Baba Lysaga, who takes back her son back and greets Ark, sending a chill down the undead Aarakocra's spine. They flee and reunite with Miriam in time to witness a vision of the Battle of Berez, which clears up to show their road. Argynvostholt, the Mansion of the Dead.
Yay!
Alright, gonna boop him one more time. And, once it hits 7:15, we'll just start outright.
Okay.
And we have learned that Mimi is southern spicy food.
Indeed.
Question.
This is gonna be Kira's thing for the entire session.
Okay.
Well, we're also not going to focus directly on her team right now. But when we cut back at a later point, then maybe, but all right. So, initiative is in good order. That's good.
Let's.
I noticed that we haven't done a show of hands, so let's go ahead and do that.
Okay. Oh, I need to look in my folder.
Easy.
Okay.
Anyway, fuck daylight savings.
Fuck
Yeah.
daylight savings. Yeah, like, I think I may know what's happening with Letter. Like, I don't know what it's like over in Australia, but it is really ruining him.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like 9 a.m., which is probably way earlier than he's used to.
Yeah.
Mm.
Wow, Kadrat, I hate your gif. Jesus Christ.
I must see. I love curse gifts. Oh my god, that's so good. I must save it. Mine now, bitch.
Can we not?
This is a normal Thursday.
Handshake? I have 6.
God.
So hello, CC.
Thanks, I hate it.
Alright. I know what I am.
Susie refuses to admit that, though.
Suko, you can't just throw around the G word.
And now I have a CC rubbing against me.
Kira,
What
you
the
did not.
fuck?
You did not.
You know what? I think it's pretty decisive here. There you go.
No, I
You
promise.
ruined it, Kira.
No, I promise, it's not a bad gift. It's not a bad gift.
No, like, it's not.
Give it back.
It's
Free
just-
it.
Free the titty.
Free the titty.
Okay. All right, everyone. All right. Places. It appears that the boys are running late, so we'll just start without them. They will join us in due time. So, let's get the right command in first and foremost. Let's go to the game proper now. High above the river valley juts a quiet promontory among which looms a sepulchral mansion. Its turrets capped with fairy tale cones, its towers lined with sculptured battlements. A third of the structure is collapsed and is part of the roof, but the rest appears intact. A dark octagonal tower rises above the surrounding architecture. We come out of the fog as a distant peal of thunder quickly accompanies the howling of wolves in the woods. The camera stops just behind you all as you look up at the mansion with your two new hobgoblin friends. But the house stays silent, seeming like a fossilized remains of some long dead thing smote upon the mountainside. But all that is cut off by Sudash. You are awakened by the sound of your sending stone ringing. You pick it up and say,
hello?
Hey, Sugash. Where in the swamps of Berez we found your mother's body?
You found... Okay.
I know this is a delicate topic, but do you want us to bring her back to you so you could give her a proper burial?
Yes. She doesn't deserve to be put on display as a trophy like that.
All right. As soon as we meet back up, I'll pass her on to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Please be safe.
You too.
Click, click.
Click. He gets up. Are you guys already... How are you guys... Wait. Never mind. I know why you're awake before me.
You see Kedrot and Corey helping Scar on his feet, considering he doesn't have another leg to stand on anymore. While Ricky is seen glowering at them, but then turning his attention to the mansion before you, just dilapidated and hanging open like a rotten wound. And then Sunder looks at the rest of you saying, "Come, let's get Scar inside." And as you do, you immediately pass by here, lying the blackened beams of a wooden stable, burned to its stone foundation. Looming above the wreckage is the partially collapsed south end of the mansion, all three of its floors exposed to the elements. There is nothing of value here. But beyond that, you see rubble strewn throughout much of this vast chamber, caused by the partial collapse of the rooms above it. On the pink marble floor, fallen chandeliers lie amid broken chairs and other furnishings. Thick webs stretch from wall to wall, and moving among them are too many spiders, too many to count, but they immediately are familiar to you, as one of them tilts their head, observing you. Would one of you like to wave back?
I will.
Alright.
Sugash will wave.
Alright, so...
Also with his head tilted.
Yeah, so both of you wave hello to these space spiders, and they wave back. All four of them, in fact. They are Suko's friends. And then Scar groans as you wave back. Ugh, are you actually waving to those face spiders? What are they doing out here anyway?
To be honest, I wouldn't necessarily be able to tell you why they're here, but, they're friends. I know that doesn't fully make sense, but trust me.
Alright, Sunder calls to the rest of you, carrying Scar with Corey, saying, come on, Scar is still losing quite a bit of blood. And they all lead you to this dragon tower, which Ricky sort of flash steps over to inspect it closely, and perched atop a 10-foot wide, 10-foot high cube of granite is a moss-covered statue of a dragon, its wings tucked close to its body. The statue looks east, towards the mansion. And you get the sense, immediately looking at it, that it has been here a long time. And the fact that it's still standing to this day is quite remarkable stonework.
Does the dragon itself look familiar, or is it so? Or I can't quite tell what sort of dragon.
Well, looking at it, as you were walking up to it, the fog made it hard to see the dragon's features from a distance, but close inspection reveals that it's a silver dragon of noble bearing. Its spiny frill cracked and broken in many places. And the statue is 10 feet tall, but it looks much more imposing, perched on the granite block. And with the occasional trickles of sunlight out of the clouds. It's the boys!
You don't need to overping me, I was asleep.
Sorry.
I don't need like 10,000 pings. If I'm asleep, I won't get any of them.
Right, okay. So we are out of the mansion's entrance right now. So Corey, you are investigating it.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you do an investigation check?
What is my investigation score? Oh my god, it's so high. 17.
Alright, with a 17, you can immediately tell that there's a bit of a mechanism to this thing. You go around to the front, and you step up a little bit on the granite block, and there's a bit of a hinge in its mouth area, and as you look inside, it appears to be a sort of trap that's meant to cast a spell for any intruders who, as you follow the dragon's gaze, there's a bit of a pressure plate on the steps, but it's in sheer disrepair over the centuries.
I'll point that out just in case too. But can I tell? You mentioned it's in disrepair, but can I tell if the trap would still be working, or if it's just too old?
You can certainly fix it if you wish, but you would need the proper materials. So, you could potentially do either investigation or history to sort of suss out what you need.
Yeah. I am better at... I'm better at investigation. Maths, 23.
23, very nice. Okay, so you can immediately pinpoint that you need a small crystal or a glass cone from a magic shop of some kind, but you do know such a one that's on its way over to Kretsk right now. You know, considering what happened in Valaki the day before.
It's nice. I'm doing all this while I've sort of climbed up around the head, so.
And then Scar is seeing and hearing all this, and he just goes, "Things seen better days."
So it has.
I mean, the whole building has seen better days, to be quite honest.
In a way, it's kind of sad, says Sunder. But it will have to do for shelter. Shall we get inside?
Yep, just mind the steps just in case, but I suspect this won't be being set off anytime soon.
Alright.
I'll go first test just to make sure. If it's some kind of trap, it's probably something that I would have the best bet of mitigating.
Actually, DM. Before we end up going to the building, I'm gonna have Kadrat just pluck like handfuls of grass from the area and then just present it to everyone. We can use this to put pressure on the wound to stop it from bleeding. It's the best we can do for now.
Oh, good thinking. All right. So they, so Sunder puts Scar on the ground, and then they push it on the stump. Well, it's better than nothing. And then Sugash, you are taking your first step on the steps. And as you climb the steps, the dragon statue opens its mouth and it begins to exhale a 60-foot cone of harmless cold air. And anyone who's like close by it, which is only Sugash at this point, feels like a gentle mist coming over you. Which, in the naturally frigid air of Barovia, kind of not the best combo, cold and wet.
Can I roll a dexterity check, a dexterity save anyway?
Yeah, it'll be super easy, so go ahead.
Yeah. That's a 13.
That'll do it. Instinctively, even though you know there's no danger with it, you kickflip off of the door right here, and then do a backflip over the cone, and then land just here, out of its range. And that little bit of pressure that you did caused the door to creak open. It's unlocked. No key required.
Let's get inside. If there's not already a source of heat in there, then we can make one easier when we're in there. Jesus.
Yeah. And then Sunder looks at you, Kadrat, and says, "Come on, help me get him up there."
All right.
All right. So going heave-ho up the steps, you all make your way into the building proper, which I think is also a good indication for us to change the music to something more somber.
Corey has hopped on top of my shoulders.
I'm down for that.
All right, give me a second to unveil this area. Okay. So, everyone. You pass by the main entrance, flagstone steps flanked by stone railings, climbing to a landing in front of a pair of tall wooden doors with rusted iron bands and knockers shaped like small dragons. Carved into the lintel above the entrance is a single word written in Draconic, which automatically I think 3 of you understand.
Yeah.
Argen Voshtolt.
Mhm.
I understand Draconic.
Yeah, you actually do.
Mm-hmm.
Draconic. Everyone's draconically.
So you all step inside. And you make it into the foyer. This room feels like a king's tomb. A grand staircase leads up to stone balconies held aloft by stone pillars and arches. A tall, faded tapestry depicting a nobleman in silver armor hangs from an iron rod above the staircase landing. 6 sets of double doors lead from this foyer. Along the walls, displayed on marble pedestals, are 3 alabaster busts of a handsome man. A 4th bust and its pedestal have been knocked over, and their shattered remains lie strewn across the mosaic floor. 2 chandeliers of wrought iron hang from the ceiling like monstrous black spiders. And as you all take a minute to look around, Ricky, I want you to go ahead and roll an insight check. All right, well,
19 on the dice. This isn't going to be too bad. 21.
Beautiful. Nice job. So, with that in mind, you feel a faint sense of powerful emotions. You're low enough to the point where you can just feel it, vaguely in the air. Whereas everyone might feel a sense of tension from the situation, you know, not knowing what to expect in this mansion that they've heard so much about up to this point. Even Scar and Sunder have this apprehensiveness about them, despite being part of, you know, the big man's army. You feel one strong emotion. Hate.
I feel like.
I have
hold
an
on.
idea.
Go ahead.
I produce a small grey bag.
Oh, here we go again.
I haven't used this in a while.
Yeah, you really haven't. What is it?
Hang on. I produce a small grey bag, and I'm gonna pull something fuzzy out of it.
Okay.
All right. Well, this is the first time that one is spawning.
All right. What'd you get?
Okay, so to that point,
Okay.
he throws a small fuzzy object, and a giant elk appears.
Ooh. Okay.
I think it's a large creature.
Wow. Okay, so I don't have an elk token, but we use this deer
No.
instead.
Oh god, no! It's huge.
Okay, so,
Not the
Right.
plan. Not the plan.
yeah. Okay, so, right at this point here, you guys see Ricky throwing a small object towards that point in the room, when suddenly a giant elk bursts forth from it, going which echoes throughout the entire chamber, and it's a little cramped in this little spot here, but it's actually able to see quite a bit. Um,
It should
Ricky,
be
what is
3
that?
by 3 because it's huge.
oh yes.
Dear God.
So a little bigger.
Yeah, that's the size it is.
Okay, so
Completely
a,
takes up that
little bit of the
entire-
structure in that case begins to crumble downwards and slide off of its snout, where it goes.
I was hoping for a weasel or something smaller.
I mean, did you want it to be a weasel?
Oh,
We can
I've
do
got to
that.
roll for it, so
Okay, sure.
and I rolled an 8, so it has to be the giant elk.
All
Okay.
right.
That wasn't meant to be what was coming out.
Hmm?
I wasn't expecting something so large.
Hooved.
Also loud.
I haven't seen that one come out of one of these before.
Scar looks at it and then to you and says, "Huh, very impressive."
I was hoping for something a bit smaller that could scout through the area first.
As you express disappointment in this, the elk looks through the top area, the upper level of this place, and it sort of bends down and looks at the rest of you, and sort of rests its snout there, and then Scar's like, "Ugh, we're not really climbing this thing, are we?"
Climb this thing.
Okay,
think-
so
Yeah, I guess we're climbing this thing.
okay, so Corey, you hike up on the elk's snout, and then it sort of gently lifts you up to the next floor. So
Okay.
like, yeah, hey, even though this is very unorthodox, it's definitely a way forward.
It
So,
works.
all right, do the rest of you climb on?
I'd imagine after Corey does it, Sugash is like, yeah, we're doing this. Okay.
All right. That's also assuming if Ricky is okay with this.
Well,
This. Oh, what was that?
Ricky would not really be bothered by people doing this because it is kind of in the way.
Right.
It is, in fact, a huge elk.
Okay. So.
The fact that it is a huge creature is terrifying.
Incredible.
All right. So,
a giant elk is CR2. Okay, fuck.
Man. Okay, but at the very least, with Corey, you can sort of fail forward because she is rather small. So we can continue the scouting mission with her, if you prefer.
Do the rest of us not have an option of going up or no?
Actually, no. Let's open it up. Who wants to follow her?
I said I was following her.
Yes, I thought you did. Thank you. So you follow Corey. All right. Kedrod, how about you?
I don't think I need to be.
All right. While you're thinking about that, how about Ricky?
How's Scar doing?
Scar, with the quick fix with the grass, he's still in pain, but he's not bleeding as much anymore.
Oh, wonderful. I'm going. Scar is the red one, right?
Yes, Scar's red.
Ricky's gonna look around in front of him, and he's going to hand him a potion.
He takes it and says tentatively, thank you.
This is a visual for the ages.
And he uncorks it with his teeth and then starts downing the potion.
2d4 plus 4 healing.
And the stump begins to heal over pretty much perfectly. And he's like, well, suppose I won't have to worry about passing out from losing blood, so that's good. And then Sunder looks at him and says, shh, listen, let's let the others investigate what's going on upstairs. And
I'll be with you in a little bit. I'm going to make something.
All right, and I assume you're addressing this to the rest of the party.
Yeah, and
Alright.
Ricky is going to produce a few bits of leather because I have some tanned wolf pelts.
Oh. Okay. Scar and Sunder watch you with great interest as you're doing this. And while they're doing that, Kedrot, did you say you were going to follow the Sagash and Corey, or?
Yeah, I'm just probably not gonna have to be on the elk.
Oh yeah, right. So you fly your way upwards, and you know what? We'll do this as a point to transition perfectly upstairs. So, like I said, you guys are super smart. So, as you're doing that though, Kedrot, you fly your way up to the top of the staircases, and you go up to the balconies. You all hear emanating all around you a great shadow with wings moving across the walls and disappearing. You hear the soft bestial hiss in the darkness. 7. And then, oh, give me a second. Alright, so, as this is all happening, Scar scoffs and says, great, down one leg and we're hearing voices. How else can this day get any worse? And then Sunder says, shush, brother. Let's find somewhere to sit down. Don't patronize me, Sunder. You know I've taken worse hits than this. This is your worst hit. Lose an arm if you want to act tough. I'll pass.
Loses a limb, just a flesh wound.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys are built Tonka tough.
A flesh wound.
Yeah. So as Ricky is preparing a bit of a
You've all seen
holster.
the sort of caps that some people have made out of like, leather to go over missing limbs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ricky's in the middle of making one of them for him.
And like I mentioned before, the Hobgoblin brothers are watching with great interest, seeing as they don't really have any other options. But for the rest of you, this opens up a tiny little fetch quest. So I'm gonna add everyone important things to note for Scar's leg. So one of these items you should already have, but for the others you can scope the area for it. And while you're thinking about that, let's go ahead and read the description of this area that you went up to. 2 stone balconies flank the main foyer. Balusters carved to resemble knights in shining armor support their elegantly carved stone railings. Weapons and shields festoon the walls along each of these walkways, while alabaster busts of handsome men flank hallways that lead north and south away from the foyer. At the west end of each balcony is an archway that leads to a spiral staircase going up. But you sort of found a quicker way up there, meaning that you probably don't have to worry about going up the stairs anymore, thanks to this buddy right here. Yeah, so it turns around and goes.
You can hear from below Ricky's speaking in Sylvan, and it reacts to it. It can understand Common, Elven, and Sylvan, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it immediately turns its head towards you, ready to assist.
It holds up one of the bits of leather to its mouth. It needs it to be held taut.
Mm-hmm.
One of these is probably a bedroom. We could probably find a bed sheet in there, yeah?
Considering how banged up this place is, I'm certain there's some pieces of wood we can take.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Sugash, you're making your way into this hallway. You see this door that's already ajar. So let's go ahead and reveal that. So you have encountered the northeast guest room. The door to this room is hanging open, and you see 2 beds with torn canopies standing against opposite walls with a tattered rug lying on the floor between them. Set into the far wall is a fireplace, black with soot. A soft hiss issues from the hearth.
Does that give me the indication that there was a fire in there recently? Hello?
Huh? Yeah. Roll investigation. Did I blip?
I think you blipped, yeah.
Blah. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll investigation. Don't worry. I wasn't being cryptic.
That is a 19.
Excellent. So, jumping out of the fireplace, a small hissing dragon made of ash and smoke erupts from it, filling the room with soot as it beats its wings. But it's generally harmless as it looks over you.
Hi, little fella. He says that in Draconic.
The dragonette tilts its head and as you approach it, backs up a bit and says, "Leave me alone, interloper." And then it flies out of the room, like darting out. And if you were to follow it, it goes out up the spiral staircase and then out of sight.
I'd imagine I follow it and see it going up the spiral staircase. It's like, okay, that was weird.
But you do find a pretty good quality bed sheet while you're in that room.
Yeah.
So you take that with you, and you tug it a little bit just to test the integrity, and it's pretty well taut.
This should work for what we're looking for, right?
I believe so.
All right. Let's go to Kedrot next. So Kedrot, you are right at the what used to be ruined bedchambers. The south end of this structure has collapsed, exposing the chamber to the elements. A few furnishings lie broken under the fallen debris from the level above, but there are still several good quality planks of wood, oak, in fact, if you want to take those.
All right, I will.
So you take them, and as this is happening, Corey, what would you like to do?
So there's a door here, so I'll go through there.
Okay, sure. So, let me just follow you there. Okie dokie.
For some reason, I assume, yeah, but like, no, it's there.
Yeah. So the door is also unlocked here. So you hear it creak open, and you see that the contents of this room are draped in cobwebs. Between curtained windows stands a black marble hearth with a sculpted mantelpiece, above which hangs a framed portrait of a handsome, well-dressed man with a wry smile and a thick mane of thistledown hair. Opposite the fireplace is a large bed with a rotting mattress, with wooden posts carved to resemble dragons. Across from the double doors stands a tall wardrobe, its doors hanging open, revealing quite high-quality rope for how long they've been, hanging open. And then the
Is
only
there
other
anything?
place sorry.
Is there anything notable about the robe, or?
You approach the rope and you give it a good tight grip, and you can immediately tell that it's made with the same materials as most Dungeoneer packs like to offer. So there's 30 feet of it at least, but you can cut it down to meet your needs.
Nice.
Would you like to take it?
Yes.
All right. Other than that, though, the only other piece of furniture is an overstuffed leather chair that faces the hearth. So no metal in here, unfortunately. So you all reconvene back to this point.
I think we just need the scrap metal, but metal seems to be a little bit of a harder thing to actually find in here. There's a couple of places we haven't checked yet, though. Right?
Yes, I'm fairly sure I
Indeed.
noticed some unexplored areas.
All right. I think from here we'll just do a straight investigation from the three of you, and then we'll put it in the roles chat just for simplicity's sake.
Oh, good lord.
Sugash does not know shit about finding metal.
He is not a metallurgist.
Rolls.
He's not. He's not. Where the fuck? There it is.
All right. Luckily, though, you have a prodigy of a smith here, and she leads you guys over towards here in this area, and she opens the doors as she's going around the place, and you unveil.
Ooh.
Let's see here. Where? All right. So you have found the bathroom.
Oh.
The room contains an iron tub and has wood paneling on the walls that rises to a height of 3 feet. above the paneling, the walls are painted with a continuous, faded mural of a mountainscape from ages ago. Sugash, you look in here and you get a faint sense of what this is supposed to be, but it was from a time bygone even from you. Kedrot, as you turn the corner to follow them, you find the storage room, and Sugash does as well, trailing behind you. Rainwater seeping through the cracks in the ceiling and flowing into a pool on the sagging wooden floor. The pool fills about half the room. Bare stone shelves line the walls. And you can already tell just by looking at it that this room has been thoroughly looted. The wooden floor is soft and spongy, and it can't support more than 100 pounds of weight, which obviously it begins to give way as you begin to step forward to it, thanks to your giant elk friend there. And it instinctively turns around a little bit, and you see it behind the structure that you're at. So, for the sake of brevity, we'll say that, you know, the tub should give you more than enough iron here. Scrap metal. So, the only question is, how are you going to get it down? I will leave that up to you three.
Sugash cracks his knuckles, goes to one side, looks over to Kedrot. On three?
Oh, back.
On three.
Okay, Kedrot, go ahead and roll athletics. And Sugash, you can either have the option of doing the help action to give an advantage, or do one yourself.
I'm doing the help action. There's
Sure,
no way
okay.
my athletics is as good as Kedrot's.
All right, then, Kedrot, go ahead and roll advantage.
Man, it's a good thing you gave me the help action, because my first one was a nat 1.
And the good roll?
The good roll, that is a 24.
Awesome. Okay, so with Sugash stabilizing it, and then sort of making a good counterweight with his double blade, he puts it into the ground. You use your void blade to generate a hole underneath the iron tub, and then you quickly generate another with your second void blade. But you catch the tub with your hand, and then sort of portal it through the entry of this thing, so it flips over, and then the elk catches it with its horn, and then gently lowers it down next to Ricky and the hobgoblins.
This elk is so cool.
You should give it a name. You could call it Tim.
I like that name.
Tim.
I can't
Why is
believe
there a
that Ricky
bathtub
has.
here?
I can't believe that Ricky has turned into Oko.
Okay.
Unfortunately, disappears at the next dawn.
Yeah.
He will live
There
on.
is one problem. It literally can't leave this building because the space it can't squeeze through a medium creature space.
Man.
It is literally stuck where it is until the next dawn.
So if there are any tenants in this house, they'd go like, "Who put this elk in here?"
Diane, who put this elk in here?
Peter, the elk is here.
All right, so you have all the components down pat. So I assume you all traveled back down the elk's back to meet with Ricky.
Yep.
This is just a funny image. I love it. I know it's not what Ricky intended, but D&D
It
is
worked.
nothing if not... Yeah, it worked. D&D is nothing if not chaotic.
So what are these? Because I was asleep for the first 20 minutes of the game, what are these
Sorry about
creatures
that.
in this lower area?
Fate spiders.
They're Suko's fate spiders. They said, "Hey,
Oh,
yo."
okay.
They said, "Hey, what's up? Hello."
Just spider things.
Okay.
Alright, hopefully the song loops from this. Hope I did the command correct.
So why did you
I
throw a
did not.
bathtub down here?
Rare metal.
Hang on, let me just...
Is this Terraria music?
No, it's Blade.
The start of that sounded like
Oopsie.
sounded like some Terraria music.
Yeah, it's that song that was playing before I cleared the playlist was I think Galahad Fortress from Xenoblade Definitive Edition.
Okay.
Here we go. That should do it. And then we'll do a skip. Yeah, don't mind me. Okay, so you make your way down. Corey. Now that all the pieces are together, you guys need to find a way to get this tub into working condition. So, what would you like to do? And we can set this up as an impromptu skill challenge. So let's go into initiative and order this. Let's start with Sugash or Ricky, whoever wants to go first.
What are we doing? I'm sorry, my brain decided to be my brain.
That's okay. We're doing a bit of a skill challenge. So I want you to pick a skill and use that to sort of get everything in working order. Starting with the tub.
To get the tub into working order, well, I'd imagine that we have to break it down like a fraction.
All right.
But I'm not that good at athletics, but I do have a double blade.
Okay.
So can I do an attack roll?
Yeah, sure. We'll say you have advantage because, you know, it doesn't have an armor class and it's also an inanimate object, so.
Well, technically it would have an armor class. However, comma.
Yeah. However, comma, my campaign. So. That's how we're ruling it.
I hit with a 24.
Beautiful. Okay, so spinning your blades around, you create grooves on the surface of this tub. And as you're shearing away the metal, you can see that the grain structure is very fine quality. So really good for bending it into whatever shape that you need without stressing it too much.
Sugash isn't a smith. He's like, this metal's really cool.
This is some nice metal. You should use it. And then, well, I think we can move over to Ricky then. Ricky, so taking what Sugash had just done, what would you like to do to help speed the process along?
I use the tactical shrug because he's a woodworker, not a metal worker.
Understandable.
All right, that's fine. So should we skip over to Kedrot for the time being?
Yep.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll come back to you once it's relevant. So, Kedrot, what would you like to do to get this thing apart?
Okay, so we need to, like, work on shaping the metal, right?
Yeah, and breaking it down to smaller shapes.
Well, it's a good thing I can just use my breath to heat the metal and soften it.
All right, so you tell everyone to stand back, and, well, go ahead and... Hang on, I also need to make sure that we're doing this right, because on the top of my head... Okay, well, it would make a dex save... Or no.
Now,
Objects do not make saves
No.
if hit by a breath attack.
Yeah,
They
no,
just take the
yeah.
damage.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm doing it right because on top of my head, it's like, do we even need to do anything for this? No. Yeah, and then I looked at it, it's like, no. Yeah, so you just exhale a jet of heat, and you tell everyone to stand back, so they do, and the metal begins to glow an orange at first, and then into a yellowish white, and then a hot white, and then as you take a step back, I think from then on we'll go on to Corey. So
It's like
Oh,
Jordan.
unless you had
I was
something
gonna
else.
say. I was gonna say, Jordan. It's like, does the tub need to make a deck save? Does it have little legs?
does it have little legs? No. Now it can be built into leg contraptions. And then we move on to Corey. Corey, what would you like to do? Skill-wise or attack-wise? We're not doing that for the full stream, I'm sorry.
So, like, have we got the metal out yet, or is it sort of still
Yes,
needs to be
it's-
extracted?
It needs to be broken down. So it's heated up to the point where you can shape it now and then pull it away. Alright,
Well-
you got it.
Then I suppose either the tinker's tools or the smith's tools will work.
Yeah. I think for, dealing with the fact that you're dealing with metal here, go ahead and use Smith's tools. So, I think that's on the top of my head, what, intelligence and your proficiency?
Yeah, I have proficiency, so intelligence. Oh, that was a bad roll. Oh dear.
Oh no. Well, let's see what you get first.
Oh, what's my proficiency? 9.
A 9.
Wait, hold on, I've got inspiration.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Because I know some of you have inspiration, you just haven't used it yet, or we haven't had
Yeah,
good
fuck it, I always
opportunities
forget
to
to use inspiration. I might as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so go ahead
Oh,
and...
that is a lot better.
Okay, what'd you get?
That's a 22 now.
Okay, yeah, much better. Okay, so, using your Smith's tools, you, chisel in the fracture points that, Sugash made earlier, and given that, the metal's been softened thanks to Kedrot's, fire breath, you shear them into, workable smaller folds. And, this thing is beginning to take shape as you all work together in creating segments for the leg to move, and for also the lighter and more structural elements to take hold. So you use the ropes for joint manipulation, the wood for stabilization. And Ricky already got the cap ready out of leather, and the only thing to do now is to seal the construction. So for the wood part, let's go to Ricky. So what would you like to do to shape everything?
Well, do we have any definitive lines he needs to follow, or does he have to freehand this?
There are definite lines for him to follow, I would say, since he would definitely have the experience for that. So I think for this one we'll do. You have wood carver's tools, I believe.
Yeah, is the wood the intermediary between two bits of metal, or is it the bulk of the leg?
I would say it's the bulk of the leg, because the metal is sort of like armor and harnessing.
Alright. While everyone was preoccupied with the table then, The table? The table. That's an interesting thing that they were working on, absolutely. With the bathtub. Ricky was hard at work on some wood.
All right.
And when I say he was hard at work, it's an intelligence plus proficiency
Yeah, so the same thing as Smith's tools.
for a total of a natural 25 to 27. No, natural
Wow.
20 to 27.
Nice. Okay, yeah.
Look, he's been working with wood for 300 years.
Yeah, like so you would be an expert in this field. So
Carving intricate details is his thing, and this is simple.
Yeah, and this was also a simple enough job for you to perform. And before long, the leg is finished. The only other thing, of course, is for Corey to take a look at the burn room mechanism that you swiped from the Voctor house, and then you'll insert it in the groove of the cap of the leg, and then you'll go over to Scar, and he looks at that going like, what does that do?
Oh, it's a new leg.
Oh. So, does it work? And then he sort of raises his stump a little bit, as if allowing you to put it on him.
Yep. Corey will do that.
Alright, and then as you fasten the leg onto him, you hear a little bit of a spark. Ah! And in reaction, he stands straight up, going like, "Ow, what do you think you're..." He looks down, and then realizes that he's standing.
Be careful. It might take a little bit to adjust to, but you should manage.
He looks around and says, "You're telling me?" And then he looks around a little bit, and he begins to take a single step towards the doorway, slowly moving it, and then he goes around the place, sort of testing it, and you would not have expected this from a guy like him, but he starts laughing. It actually works!
How much of his leg did he lose?
I would say, thanks to Ketrot, just above the knee.
Okay. So it's, you'd assume he's got a bit of a hinge at the ankle, so he can actually walk.
Yeah. And then he looks over to Sunder and says, "These people are damn resourceful, brother." And Sunder looks at the rest of you and says, "Thank you. I know it's strange coming from the likes of us, but..."
Now,
It's fine.
I've done what I can with the wood that we had access to, but if we can get some better wood, it will survive the elements a bit more. I don't have any varnish I can use to keep it from rotting if it gets wet.
Scar looks down at his leg and says, "Well, it'll do for now."
Besides, we're the ones who did the damage anyway. Best we can do is do what we can to fix it, right?
And as you guys are having this conversation, you hear that familiar hiss from earlier, and it's emanating from this door.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
I hear some people. Okay.
I
Yes?
think Jordan is lagging out.
Yeah, I think it might be Jordan lagging.
Yeah, I heard it cut out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And anyone hear me?
Now
no.
again.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hang on. Let me do a quick reset, see if that changes something.
I said now we can.
Blah. Okay. Whatever. Let's keep moving. So, you hear something, from this door. It is up to you if you wish to investigate it or not.
I feel like Sugash would be like, I am sick of this goddamn bullshit.
Alright, and then you just, thrust the door open, throwing caution to the wind, in your, exasperated stage. And you make your way into the den. This wood-paneled den has been ransacked, its furnishings tossed about. A cold, dark hearth dominates the west wall between two narrow windows. Standing upright against the north wall is a sarcophagus made of black wood with a queen's effigy carved into its lid. You also detect a faint smell of wine in here. Go ahead and roll perception for me.
Perceptione. In theory, I should be pretty good at this. Not as good as I would hope. What the fuck is wrong with my dice? 14.
Okay, so you thought you heard something, but you discounted as being old house noises. Unfortunately. But as Corey peeks her head through the doorway, Corey, with your passive perception, you find something entirely unrelated, but you smell a faint scent of ash coming from the fireplace.
Oh.
So it is up to you if you want to investigate that or not.
The smell. I don't know the right word for it, but does it smell like sort of fresh ash?
Not fresh ash, but it's pungent enough for a kobold like you to notice it.
We'll have a little look-see.
All right, so you approach the fire, and erupting from the fireplace, a fire erupts in the dead hearth and assumes a draconic form. It hisses, crackles, and unfurls its smoky wings. Which catches you by surprise, the both of you.
I try to do a little draconic. I try to piss at it.
Yeah, so it doesn't exactly look at you, but as you address it, it hisses and says, "My knights have fallen into darkness. Save them if you can. Show them the light they have lost." And with that, the flame immediately flickers out, just as quickly as it arrived.
You heard that too, right?
Yeah.
With that in mind, you two can choose to investigate the room a little bit further, or rejoin the others if you wish.
I'm gonna investigate this room a little bit further. I
Yeah.
in no way buy that my previous investigation was correct.
It's okay.
I want to
we
see if
can- we
there's
can-
anything
yeah.
else notable too.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like after a fire dragon came out of a sarcophagus.
Okay, you know
just-
what? Tell you what. Given the fact that you were startled by it, I am going to give you a +1 bonus to your next roll.
All right.
So everyone, go. The two of you, go ahead and roll investigation.
Da-da-da.
Sugash just did not sleep well. Really? Jail.
16.
14. Or wait, no. Hang on. Yeah, 14.
Okay. And what did Corey get?
16.
All right. So as Sugash is just looking around the room, going like, "That can't be it. There's got to be more." Corey, you actually begin to hear something more coming from this side of the room, and you hear a bit of a groan coming from the other side.
Is it like the groan of a building or the groan of like a creature?
A groan of a person?
Okay.
You also notice at the north end of the east wall, you see a bit of a catch in it. Do you press it?
Yeah. Can I see any sort of mechanisms attached to the catch first?
Yeah. It appeared to be stone at first, but you quickly realize, oh, wait a minute, this is painted wood. So you flip it over, you flip it up, and then you see a switch inside it.
Hmm.
And it can be turned.
Hey, sorry, my brain just left for a second.
Yeah, it's okay.
So-
Try again.
Yeah. So gosh, there's a little switch here, and put your ear up against the wall here.
Yeah, sure. He puts his ear up against the wall.
All right. And you hear much clearer now. Definitely a person on the other side.
There's somebody in there.
Hmm.
Yeah, there was a door that heads to. There was a door right about along where this wall is, outside of this room.
Ah, true.
He'd step out. It's like, guys.
Everyone turns around.
I think there's somebody in here. He indicates the door.
Who do you think they are?
I don't know, but we were told to show knights the light that they lost, something to that regard.
Yeah. By a giant flaming dragon.
Just be ready in case I get shot with a fireball as soon as I open this or something.
Have you any idea who the dragon was?
It appeared so fast I couldn't really get a good look at its features.
I don't know. Like, there was like dragonling, like charcoal or something upstairs too. It was weird. Called me an interloper, which kind of rude.
That's very unfortunate.
Anyway, Sugash will go to open the door, trying to be more cautious than he previously had been. He had a rough night.
Understandable. And Ricky, I don't know if you heard, but Corey managed to find a mechanism that opens this wall in the den area.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know it actually opened the wall yet.
Yeah. It was the mechanism to open that side of the wall.
Okay.
I open the door.
Okay. So it sounds like everyone is all in for going in the door area.
Yep.
So you turn the knob and you open the door to unveil the wine storage. 5 barrels lie in wooden braces along the walls of this dark, moldy storage room. Suddenly you hear a noise. I want everyone to roll perception, and you have a +2 thanks to Scar and Sunder.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Caught my tissue.
Right, okay. That one die, it might get thrown in the trash. Alright, so
Dice jail. Dice jail.
I've put it in dice jail so much. I'm seriously considering throwing it in the trash.
Yeah. Okay, so...
With the +2 from Scar and Sunder, that's a 25.
Beautiful.
18.
I don't know, maybe I keep it for when I want to roll bad.
There's a strategy to that? Huh.
I don't know about the strategy, but if I want the dice to tell a narrative of me being bad at something, I can roll this one.
Okay,
I just have to be able to. And part of the issue is I can't tell the good one and the bad one apart. So.
Okay, so Sugash, as you open the door, you quickly sidle along the nearest wall, as you've done here. Kedrot, you increase the intensity of your flames and your wings on your hat to brighten the place up, and that's actually enough to reveal this gentleman in the back. It's a dusk elf. And
Kedrot's gonna approach the man.
Yeah. Okay, good. You caught that. Sorry. Something weird's happening on Discord.
No.
Give me a tiny second to reload it.
That's a pretty intense reload.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to super high intensity action with your host. That guy from the place, you know the one.
Oh, it crashed. I thought it was like reload,
no.
like off and on, maybe, and I misunderstood. But okay.
Hey, Sugash, give us your best spice rack impression.
Hello, it's me, Spice 8 Rack. I'm a socialist.
Who
I
the
can't
fuck
do
are you
reg-
talking like, bruv? I'm a socialist. It's not hard.
Wow,
G'day, mate.
that was rude, Discord. I was getting into this gentleman that we met before you rudely cut me off. I'm sorry, Kedrot.
I'm better at doing Spice 8 Rack as Oko than regular Spice 8 Rack.
Okay, Kedrot, you were saying?
So yeah, I'm just gonna approach a guy that I found here.
Okay, so you meet the Dusk Elf, and he is very badly wounded. Clutching at his side, you see a pool of blood on his hand and also trickling down his leg and below it. He looks at you and says, "Help me, please."
Here, let me see your wound.
Okay. He opens himself to you to inspect the wound.
Alright, so Kedra takes a look at it, and then he just places his hand on it. Grit your teeth. Poking ahead of it. And he's gonna cast Lay on Hands.
Okay. As you generate the magical light into the wound, it stitches closed and heals over as if weeks of healing have already passed, and his breathing begins to steady a lot more until he's stable, and he says, "Thank you. I didn't think anyone would come looking for me in here."
Ugh. Just don't go moving around too much. You wouldn't want it to reopen again.
Well, given the line of work I'm in, that's a bit hard to adhere to, but then he looks to the rest of you entering, and then he says, "My name is Savid. I was sent to scout the swamp of Berez on Casimir's behalf, when all of a sudden a wandering mob of Neilblights accosted me. I was forced to take refuge in this mansion."
And what monster did he say? Sorry, just checking I heard right.
Neilblights.
Yep, cool. I know what that is.
Which you guys have encountered plenty back in the Wizard of Wines, if you remember.
Did he say Savid or Sahid?
Savid. Savid.
Okay. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I guess properly, Savid. I'm Sugash.
Oh, I know very well who you are. All of you. I thought there were 3 more in your party.
There was a slight mishap, but they should be safe.
Well, from all the stories I heard, I imagine that is no exaggeration.
They're fine.
See? And then he gets up. Ooh. Well, if you have any questions about Argynvostholt, I've lived long enough to know most of the history of this place.
What do you know about fire dragons in relation to the history of this place?
Fire... Oh, no, that was no fire dragon. That was... I've heard of this phenomenon. This mansion is haunted by the spirit of not only the Knights of Argynvost, but the Silver Dragon Argynvost himself. You must have seen and heard his apparition.
Does the statue at the front depict him?
It does. Quite a striking resemblance, honestly. In fact, Argynvostholt was the dragon's home, and he liked to assume human form. In human guise, the noble dragon led a group of knights called the Order of the Silver Dragon. They gave shelter to refugees who had come from the valley to escape the Dreadlord's army, and the Dreadlord's army slew the dragon, destroyed the Order, and sacked the mansion. Normally, we Dusk Elves, and the Vistani for that matter, would avoid this place due to it being haunted, but like I told you, I had no other shelter to go to. It was dark.
No, it's understandable. You take what you can get when you're in an emergency situation.
True that. And if I remember correctly, you were searching for the treasures of Ravenloft, yes?
That'd be correct, which means we're in one of the right places.
You are indeed in the right place. The Sun Sword is indeed here, but I'm not sure what they did with it.
I presume you mean that to mean where it is in here.
I'm sorry. That will be up to the rest of you, I'm afraid.
I wagered as much anyway.
He walks over along the casks over to you and says, appreciate your help. I believe I will report back to Casimir now and leave this room. The smell of vinegar is just pungent.
Sure. Mind the elk.
Mind the what? Oh,
you'll see.
oh, look at that. That is an elk.
Mind the elk.
And he looks over to the hobgoblins, and they just sort of stare each other down, but while Savid was prepared to attack, the hobgoblins looked at each other and then just stepped backwards, and then Scar says, "Get out of here, Dusk Elf." And Savid, just staring him down, bolts out of the mansion and leaves in the mist. And the two hobgoblins look around and then up the big hole created by the giant elk, and they say, "Well, as above, so below," says Sunder. Of course, you can still investigate this floor if you wish, but that is up to you.
Yeah, I feel
Or you
like
can-
there's a little more to investigate on this floor.
Alright.
Let's go switching.
Alright, so which direction would you like to go first?
I would have pressed a switch.
Okay, so it opens the other side of the wall that you heard Savid from.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. So that would have been another way to do it. However, if you did open it that way, then he would have slumped and fell out of the hole,
No.
possibly bumping his head.
So we found a safer way to do it.
So, Sugash, you're going into this area, so you open the
Yeah.
door and then make your way inside. The parlor. Tattered velvet drapes cover the wall. The tall, slender windows that encircle this parlor. The furnishings are covered with dust and cobwebs and lie in disarray. A damaged brass chandelier hangs from the ceiling, which is covered with a faded mural that depicts metallic dragons and colorful birds flying beneath white clouds. Corey, this image reminds you of home. Okay, and Kedrot switching to his phone. Alright, Kedrot, you back? Hello?
We don't know.
Okay, but Corey, as you follow Sugash into this room, you step inside and then you think about all the tea parties that you've had with Kira and her mother, just laughing and enjoying, just spending intimate time together and enjoying the breeze of Virtus Lenore. and
Hmm.
it creates a sense of longing in your heart.
All the more motivations to succeed.
Okay. And I imagine the boys are... going to...
Yeah, I want to know what's going on in this room here.
Sure thing. So let's just unveil this big chunk of the map. Here we go. Ricky, you find your way to the dining hall. A 20-foot long table with sculpted dragons for legs stands in the center of this hall. The chairs that surround the table have backs carved to resemble folded dragon wings, and several of the chairs have been overturned or smashed to pieces. Suspended above the table is a crystal chandelier that glows with a soft white light. Standing in windowed alcoves are two life-size statues depicting knights with dragon-winged helms and shields. So you can imagine that this was the standard fit and build for the Knights of Argynvost. And then rainwater trickles through cracks in the ceiling, flowing down the west wall and adding to a large puddle on the floor. And you also find 5 sets of wooden doors leading to this hall. The doors in the northeast corner, it hangs open. A pair of leaded glass doors, their panes cracked and broken, stand open between panels of stained glass set into the east wall. These panels depict silver dragons in flight. Beyond the glass door lies a dark, misty room that appears to be a chapel. And we'll just go ahead and open these two rooms right here. Clean it up a little bit. Yeah, so, Sugash, you head over to the servants' quarters. Tattered brown drapes cover the windows of the circular room, and a heavy curtain hangs across an archway to the south. Strewn about the floor is the wreckage of a half-dozen beds and other pieces of furniture. And Corey, being of noble background, you can tell that this used to be where Lord Argynvost's household staff once slept. And obviously this room is picked clean. But as for the others, you make your way into the kitchen, which also has been plundered, like many of the rooms in this place. Its tables overturned. The floor is littered with rusted utensils and smashed crockery. Narrow windows flanking a hearth look out over a cemetery. An open iron pot hangs from a hook inside the blackened fireplace. It rattles on its hook and bobs up and down as though something is inside it. And for reference, the pot is here.
I'm gonna go towards the pot and see what might be inside the pot, because I feel like I would pick up on, wait a minute, there might be something in that pot.
Oh, you blipped a bit, but you wanted, did you say you wanted to investigate the pot?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you look over the pot, and then swarms of bats begin to fly out of it, and then they flap about in the room before going in a dark corner here, and they go telling you to get away from it.
Fucking hate bats.
Okay, so you all reconvene here. Scar and Sunder follow close behind you, and they say, all right, just in case there are any other surprises, we'll stay on this floor, and we'll try and cover whatever entrances there may be.
That would be greatly appreciated.
this is a strange situation. So, and then Scar adds, "Just remember, if you're going to try anything against us, basically giving you an empty threat just to size you up."
It's just like, I suppose a question is in order. Where do your loyalties truly lie?
Sunder says, "Well, isn't it obvious? Lady Anastasia."
Then we have no reason to fight at this point.
You make a compelling point. After all, you did chop off my brother's leg. And then Scar says, "Fuck you, by the way."
But we
addressing
fixed it.
Kedrot.
Kedrot just kind of gives a shrug. Oops.
Yeah.
Kedrot, be nice.
And then
It's okay,
Corey,
we fixed it.
Yeah. Corey jumps up and says, "But we fixed it." And the brothers look at each other and say, "Right. Okay. Scar, check the perimeter by the, I guess we'll call it the Spider's Ballroom. Mind the elk." Don't tell me about the elk, brother. And then the elk looks down at Scar. He looks up at it listlessly and says, "Hi." And then makes his way outside.
God, that's so funny.
Because it can understand common, it nods at him after he says hi.
Yeah. It closes its eyes and gives a bow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the joke of the session, mind the elk.
Yeah. And Scar makes his way outside, closing the doors.
All right. Rolls his shoulder. This is the last place on the first floor we haven't checked.
Isn't it about time for a phone call?
Is it about time for a phone call, DM?
Not quite yet. Hang on, give me a second. I don't know why the songs aren't looping. I guess I'm doing the wrong commands, which is fine. Alright, so you guys are heading over to this doorway. You open it, and just doing that. I'm really into this, that's fine. So you enter the chapel. Cracked wooden pillars support a wooden U-shaped balcony that overhangs the stone-walled chapel. Narrow archways lead to spiral staircases that curl up to the balcony, and a door set into the north wall has a wooden beam barring it. At the east end of the chapel rests a stone altar flanked by iron candelabras. The altar is carved with a rising sun bas-relief. Tall, arching windows set with panels of stained glass decorate the walls behind the altar. One of the windows has been shattered, covering the chapel floor with shards of colored glass and allowing thick fog to enter and fill the room. And through the room, through the fog, you see 3 armored figures kneeling before the altar. And they are uttering a prayer in Barovian, which, Sugash, you immediately can tell that they're making prayers to the Morning Lord, giving them good luck in whatever battles that they face. And as you enter the room, they stop and turn around, and you just see fury and hatred in their eyes. They stare at you with gritted teeth, and even with their tattered chainmail and rusted longswords, they look upon you and say, "For Argenvost!" as they charge and rush towards you. So we're gonna go into combat now. Let's see.
Ooh.
And you can tell while they're screaming for Argenvost, it's filled with pure, unbridled, animalistic rage. So,
No, not just one, two.
starting from the top here, we've got Sugash and Ricky. So who wants to go first?
Sugash is
Oh my
already
God, this
in
music's
there,
actually
so
perfect for
you can go
this.
first.
Okay.
It really is.
It is time for some divine bloodline.
Okay. Also, let me make sure to put the initiative order in here for everybody to see.
And since this will be my first time using my new class features, I do want to flavor things a little bit different than what they normally would be.
Sure thing.
And that's going to happen here. So basically, when he activates his divine bloodline, the raven wings come out, and when he does, a glowing iron whip materializes in his hands.
And the rest of you are like flabbergasted as this happens.
He's kind of flabbergasted too. It's also longer than a normal whip.
Does it have reach too?
It has a reach of 15 feet.
Bloody hell. Yeah, reach too.
So, eeny, meeny, miny, the red one.
Okay. So, I assume you're just going to attack it?
Yes.
Alright. Go ahead and roll attack.
And I get all of my divine bloodline stuff because this is a whip.
It is indeed your whip.
So that will matter when we're rolling damage.
Mhm.
And I presume a 19 will probably allow me to roll some damage.
It would indeed, because that more than clears his AC. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh wait, that's right. I have more d8s over here. So, regular weapon die. Extra die from Divine Bloodline. I don't think I'm going to favorite foe yet. Orcish Fury is once per short or long rest, so I don't think I want to do that. But I do... But I do get my extra damage from... Okay, so... It is the extra damage from... It has been a while since I used the... Okay, so the whip's damage is going to be slashing.
Okay.
It might be important because some of this is radiant. So the amount of damage that is slashing damage is 15 plus 8 radiant damage.
All right. So the whip cracks through the air towards this revenant, and as it pierces the revenant's chest, he clutches it, and the light begins to form and cracks, sort of like Ganondorf's wound in Twilight Princess. as congratulations, because you hit it with radiant damage, you stopped its regeneration ability.
I have extra attack.
You do have extra attack, so go ahead and do more attack.
I'm going to guess that a dirty 20 hits. So that is going to not quite be that's going to be 16 damage. Unfortunately, none of that is radiant. But
Okay.
oh, that's right. I have things I can do. Hold
Yeah.
on. Because my Seraph's chain gives me things I can do.
What kind of things?
I could increase the damage. But you know what would help Ricky out?
Hmm?
I'm going to spend a key point on luring chain on the second attack. Red is moving 10 feet closer to me.
Ooh. So about here?
Nah, directly in front of me.
Oh, yes. Okay. So, sort of like Scorpion, you pull this Revenant towards you. His arms and legs just sort of flop behind him and lurch forward as he's suddenly right in front of you, but
Holy
still
shit.
burning with hatred.
Sugash is kind of dumbfounded by his own abilities, but just like focuses back up. That unfortunately is going to end my turn.
Yeah, and sort of to flavor this and to get Sugash's focus back up, the Revenant, as you do that, goes "Ah!" A sort of intimidating war cry. How do you reply?
I do one back.
Taunting cry. Okay, so what does that sound like for fun?
Ah, yourself! It turned Irish.
Find the elk.
Yeah, and before we go over to Ricky, I want to direct you guys' attention to text chat. What the fuck is going on?
Tweet, motherfucker.
There's a whole other battle happening.
Okay, I caught the bird, so let me explain. I had my window open. Loki likes to come in through my window. What I didn't expect him was bringing in a live fucking bird, and I caught the damn thing. And he's sitting here looking all smug at me.
Mumser, I brought friends.
I don't need friends.
See, this is how you capture food.
Okay. And Corey asked me this. So,
Ooh, actually, before I end my turn, I haven't used any of my movement.
oh, you haven't. Okay.
So I can shift around.
All right. And that doesn't provoke opportunity attacks, right? Just to make sure.
No, it does not.
No, it does not. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So, Ricky, it's your go.
Cool. So, Ricky seeing it, he's in front of a fucking window. He takes a step this way and swings off of the top of the doorway to sort of launch himself into this position here.
Hello there.
No, that just won't do. You don't scream at someone you've just met. And plus, it's clear we're trying to help you here.
Hello?
You'll pay for what you've done!
It's time for you to go back to the ground.
Do you even know who we are?
That is a dirty 20 to hit. Wait, no, it isn't. That is a higher to hit, actually. That's 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Hang on. We've got to pull out the rest of the d6 for this. 3, 9, 12. That is 17 magical piercing damage.
All right. So, following what Sugash did, and the way you leapt into the room, barreling towards to the other side of this revenant, you take your weapon and pierce it into this guy's chest. It lets out a cry of pain. Ugh! The women, the children, they must be avenged. Barely addressing you guys in the moment. He seems trapped in this point in time.
Can I try and empathize with the fact that they are essentially trapped in the time they died?
As a matter of fact, go ahead and roll persuasion with disadvantage because of how blinded by rage they are.
Alright, here we go. Got the angry brother trying to calm people down. Let's see how this goes.
Let's give it a shot.
Disadvantage means nothing when I roll a 17 and an 18 on the dice.
All right. What would
For
you
a
like to say?
total of dirty
Oh.
20.
Okay. What would you like to say?
Okay.
The past is over, you know. Everything's already happened. There's no avenging to be had. All you need to do is realize that, well, going back into the ground is probably safer. For your souls, for your bodies, for the people you cared about.
And the Revenant looks towards you and says, as long as our feet are planted firmly on the ground, we shall do what we must to defend our home.
Look me in the eyes.
And I'm gonna drop my focus that keeps the horrifying visage, and the more ghostly features of him start to show through.
Mm-hmm.
I've been dead for a lot longer than you think. And I'm only fighting to save other people who are still alive. If you wish to help us save them, the best option for you is to let it go and go lay down. I'm not sure your master would want us to destroy your bodies any more than they already are.
And as you say this, the other revenants in the room, they all look to each other and then back to you. And with a growl of frustration, this revenant puts his sword away and says, "Fine." And he says, "We will rest for now. But mark our words. Sir Vladimir will not be pleased." As they leave the chamber and enter the cemetery in the back, find good places to rest in and bury themselves.
Ah, good.
So you are out of combat.
It's not often you can reason with revenants.
What the hell did I just do?
I'd say something you were born to do.
That is what makes the most sense. Just thinking back to the whole dark gift encounter. And even the words he said. He may very well be the perfect host. Just not for his purpose. We should get moving. It's not here, but we can go upstairs. Vladimir.
There's a building out near the graveyard.
All right. So who wants to follow Ricky into the graveyard, and who wants to follow Sagash upstairs?
I think I'll follow Ricky to the graveyard.
In that case, I will go upstairs.
Corey and Sagash. Banjo and Kazooie.
Okay. Seeing as they're on the ground floor already, let's resolve Kedra and Ricky's dealio, and then we'll follow the rest of you upstairs. Just for easy transition.
Ricky's gonna note how many graves are open.
Okay. So
it looks like we might come across a couple more revenants.
Yeah, you count exactly 5.
There were 3 in that room, so chances are there's going to be 2 others waiting for us.
I don't know if I'll be able to convince the next pair. I'll try.
You did pretty good in the first go.
Let's just say it was a bit of luck and... Well, I've listened to him do it a lot.
Alright. So, you are in the cemetery. Tucked behind the mansion is a fog-shrouded cemetery, enclosed by a 7-foot-tall fence with wrought iron. In the northeast corner stands a mausoleum. You actually... Kedrod, you suddenly feel like someone or something is watching you. Looking up, you find a well-dressed man with a thick mane of black hair observing you from a high tower window. He puts a hand to his chest, takes a small bow, and then walks away from the window and disappears from view. And at the same time, Ricky is inspecting the mausoleum. Tarnished, silver-plated gargoyles shaped like dragon wormlings cling to the stone-tiled roof of this mausoleum. An 8-foot-tall, 4-foot-wide, white marble door set into the southwest wall is engraved with a name written in Draconic. Which Ricky can't read, but Kedrok can.
I'm going to take a read at it then.
Alright, it reads Argynvost.
Argynvost.
That was the dragon that ran this place, wasn't it?
Sounds like it. Keep an eye out, Ricky. I think there's someone watching us.
Will do. Alright. It's time to check what could very well be a dragon's grave.
Alright. I will say, given that this stone is of a sturdier make of the doors, it's a little hard for you to roll a lockpicking check. So we'll have Kadrot instead do a strength check. So a straight strength check with yeah, you know what? Let's make this an athletics check instead. Yeah.
Do you think you can break your way in? And he steps to the side.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, break in I might, because that is a dirty 20.
Okay, so with the simple shoulder check, you make your way inside the mausoleum proper. And I'll have a bigger map for this in the future, but just for now, imagine it's a lot bigger. You see that the interior of the mausoleum is dark and dusty. You see 4 empty alcoves with raised floors. Etched into the far wall is a verse written in Draconic. And I will send it over to you, Kedrot.
Okay. Here lies the bones and treasures of Argynvost, Lord of Argynvost, and the founder of the Order of the Silver Dragon.
And you can immediately see that something is missing here. And there's a sadness in the air.
Well, the grittiness of the walls is certainly setting a tone. Actually, hold on. I'm actually going to be RB. I need to get a drink of water.
Alright, you got it. I suppose while we do that, we'll come back to you guys as, we'll have a bit of a conversation with Corey and Sugash as they head upstairs, seeing what they make of the situation. Starting with Corey.
What's upstairs?
You're mainly, if you wish, you can discuss, what you feel about this place to Sugash, sort of,
yeah.
Sum up your thoughts.
Me as a player, I haven't thought about how to word it, so Sugash could go first if he has anything, and I'll just have a quick think.
I feel like Sugash is still a little bit in thought about like what he did.
All right.
It's like
I'm good now. It's just, my throat was just a little too coated to do Kedrot's voice for a bit.
Oh, okay, that's fine. We'll bounce back to you after this. So, Sugash.
I feel like he would still be in thought about what he just did and the Vladimir thing. It's like we're definitely going to have more waiting for us up there where we haven't gone yet.
And it occurs to you, Vladimir. The name sounds familiar to you. And then you realize, Vladimir Horngard. That's who you were told to find.
The person we're looking for is here, though. They said he wouldn't be happy.
Well, hopefully we can reason with him.
Hopefully so. I hope he doesn't mind the elk.
I mean, well, I feel like the elk adds a certain ambience.
It does. It does add quite a bit of ambience.
Hmm.
It's like having an elevator, honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
And as that goes on, Kedra and Ricky will double back to you guys as you. I imagine you'll follow the rest upstairs.
Yeah.
Nothing too interesting in there, I assume.
Just a couple of words about how this is the resting place of Argenvoss.
Likely means we weren't the first one to enter the catacomb there.
Wasn't exactly a cozy look into. Place is covered in ash.
Makes sense if you're going to bury a dragon. We should catch up with the others.
Right.
Okay, so you all make your way back up to the top floor of Argenvost, and you make your way up the chapel staircases. Narrow windows allowing dim light to enter this 5-foot wide spiral staircase. And you can enter through here as you, Kedra, and Ricky manage to catch up with Corey and Sugash here.
Well, there's about 2 more places we haven't looked here. So
Right.
he rolls his shoulders, clearly working out nerves.
Okay. So you zoom right over into this hallway.
No, hold on.
Huh?
Do you need a hug?
And then
you
Sugash,
like it?
you look back as she asks this.
It's like, you know what? Sure.
Come here.
Oh.
He will hug a kobold. +1 hug points.
Yeah. So as you hug Corey, considering how small she is, you lift her up off the ground a little bit, and put her back down. So you make your way into this hallway, leading the rest of the party. This T-shaped hallway has branches to the west, east, and south. 3 arched windows in the north wall look out over the foggy grounds. And you can already see that the ceiling in the hall is 30 feet high. Unlike the other rooms, you can see that the wooden doors to either side are locked. Made of sturdier wood than most of the other structures that you found.
I'm going to approach this one. And you know what? I'm going to do something very unusual. I'm going to try knocking on the door.
Okay, so you knock on the door when you realize a little bit too late that a floor-to-ceiling wall of stone magically appears across the opening on the south wall, trapping the 4 of you inside this T-shaped structure.
Well, that's what I think.
Except Ricky, of course. And as this is happening, 8 phantom warriors appear from either sides of the doors, and I will unveil them really quickly for you. But suffice it to say, we're back in combat.
Okay. Is this really necessary? I knocked!
It seems like knocking was the wrong choice to make.
They're hardly polite, are they?
Okay. And... Alright, the initiative is here, I believe. Alright, gang. Back into the fray again.
Oh boy, here we go.
Alright.
I feel like I don't want to be the aggressor. So did the doors, like, open or anything?
No. The spirits sort of pour out. You know what? We'll have them do it like this for visual representation. This one gets closer. And these guys
So I
are sort
imagine
of
the
pouring
hallway
out.
isn't as narrow as it seems on the map.
Right. It's about 30 feet high. So you can maneuver a little bit if you have to. We'll just have to theater of the mind this a little bit because this is a really tiny hallway. I understand.
Right. I think in theory I would want to I think the first thing I'd want to do is try to say we are not here towards aggression towards Arkenvosthold. We're here to speak to Vladimir.
The phantoms sort of all approach you, encircling you and sort of sizing you up, and as if in unison, they all say, the master is plotting. He cannot be interrupted. And interruption incites treachery. Treachery incites death. And infiltration is simple as.
That doesn't make any sense.
You can tell from their speech that there's a lot more to this place that's going on. And they seem rather intent on serving their master by any means necessary.
I have an idea.
Because our turns are technically at the same time.
They are. Okay.
Oh god, I
I'll
have an
allow it.
idea. A telepathic message is sent to all three of you. With in it he says, "We're here to deliver a message. It's important."
We're here to deliver a message. An important message.
They all hover along and sort of slowly gliding around you. The stone wall begins to unearth. So going down and dispelling itself. And they all address you as they begin to float their way upstairs with this one, Crossbones, saying, follow.
Very well.
Yes. The
So
second
that's
half of that
another.
was
Yes.
the second
Yeah.
half. If that didn't work, was we were literally sent here by the Morning Lord.
I mean,
Fair
it's
enough.
true. We were.
Yeah,
You
that's the
were,
thing.
yes.
We literally were. Half of it was a lie, but
It's a
Okay,
little
give me
lie.
give me a second as I prep them here, because
I might
Here we
just
go.
go feed the cat real fast, so I'll be right
yeah.
back.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, I was expecting you guys to brute force this, but you've been playing it super smart so far. So excellent job. I'm gonna grant you guys a point of inspiration for that.
Yeah.
oh boy, that point of inspiration that overrides my other one.
Yeah, pretty
Still
much.
I have not used inspiration at all in this entire campaign.
I mean, there's plenty of opportunities for you to do so.
Well,
But that's
actually,
entirely up to you.
while we're going, Kedrot does kind of give like a Jackson and to like nudge to Ricky. Looks like you're 2 for 2 now.
As it would seem. I'm glad they took the first bit at our word, otherwise I'd have to have pulled the thing that they couldn't have denied.
You know, Ricky,
All right.
perhaps you underestimate the amount of humanity you still have left.
No, please. I'm only half human.
Half human, still enough to feel.
Okay. So, as you have this conversation, you are led up the spiral staircase, towards. Yeah, hang on, just trying to make sure that we're. Yeah, okay. So you go up the curtain staircase. You see a tattered black curtain concealing an archway leading to a spiral staircase that leads to the area that you were just at. And then you find yourself up here. And immediately, you see several things. Most of this chamber is collapsed. The wooden floor is strewn with rubble and falls away into a foggy abyss to the south. The roof overhead is jagged and broken. And then you also see a collapsed ceiling. The roof over this part of the mansion has collapsed, creating a 20-foot diameter gaping hole with broken raptors bisecting it. Dark storm clouds roll across the sky overhead. The floor is piled with rocks, broken tiles, shattered beams, and other debris. Beneath the rubble lie a sagging floor and puddles of rainwater. And as you all make your way towards here, Corey and Ricky, I think you have yet to drop your tokens.
Yeah.
Corey, they avoided combat yet again.
Oh, yes.
So the spirits lead you here towards this center of the hallway, and you immediately see a dark red barrier of a mysterious force barring your way, and just being near it fills you with tension and rage. Unbridled, unfocused, primal rage. You get the feeling you should stay away from it, even though your mind tells you that you should investigate it. And, Ricky, this was the feeling you felt at the lower level.
Oh, wonderful. Here's the source.
Oh no, who dropped?
They came back.
Okay. Alright then. So, yeah, you see this barrier, and the spirits look towards you and say, if it's answers you seek, you will not find it through this barrier. Instead, they, one of them points over to this doorway, You will find all the answers you seek in through this door. And one by one, they enter through the barrier, barely addressing you, and leaving you be.
I think we get the answers before we figure out how to solve this. Unless anybody has different ideas.
I don't think we have much choice but to.
What kind of what does the barrier look like again?
Dark red and sort of. It's not electrical, but it has a distinct current that's unfocused and erratic. And just being near it gives you all a sense of anger.
Wonderful. Would, by chance, Arcana reveal anything about it?
I would say not. This sort of goes beyond even your understanding. You've encountered magical effects of all different types of magnitude, but this seems to go beyond the Arcanum.
Is it related to the occult?
You try to place it too, and there's nothing in your research that tells you of anything like this. But it is powerful. You know that. It's just difficult to place.
I don't think we're going to have a way to deal with that first. It's definitely very powerful. Come on, let's get those answers.
All right.
Although something strikes me, how did they know we were looking for answers when we said that we were here to deliver a message?
I would say it's a case of that, given the situation and context clues, they sort of, shifted their priorities, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Seeing that you meant no harm, and they felt more comfortable to share this information with you.
Okay.
So, you know. Okay, so, can one of you roll perception real quick? Let's go with Kedrot. He hasn't done much, this session.
Well, thank you for giving it to me, because that is a net 20!
Oh, hug.
Yeah!
Okay!
Yeah, baby!
So, yeah. Kedrot, you smell something amazing from beyond this door. Dear Stu, in fact. And, as you all, open the door...
That's impressive.
Thank you. Through dust and cobwebs, you see faded war banners adorning the walls of a spacious chamber, in the center of which stands a heavy wooden table. An iron chandelier hangs above the table, which is surrounded by 6 high-backed chairs with wood-carved dragons perched atop them. Slumped in 4 of the chairs are skeletal humans in tattered chainmail. You see the 5th stirring above a cauldron, and that is the source of this wonderful smell. The corpse looks at you, and back to the cauldron, and back to you, slack-jawed. Intruders! He cries out nervously. We know, lad, says the other. And one of them, with a skull face paint, approaches you, and growls, "Why do you, the living, disturb the dead?"
That's a bit presumptuous, don't you think?
And as you address him in this way, he grins ear to ear, raises his fingers, says, "Gotcha!" And all the Revenants share a good laugh and welcome you. "Come in! Come inside! Step inside to take comfort by the fire." And that was the same individual who just talked to you.
Okay. Sure.
Did he like throw confetti around?
No, but if they had confetti, they totally would.
You're in much better spirits than the three we found at the chapel.
Well, that's good news because we've been at this little game for... well, I haven't been keeping track, honestly. We've been dead for quite some time. Forgive our state of affairs, of course. He sits down. We understand our appearance may be unwholesome, but we want you to feel welcome in this place. Would you like some deer stew?
Sure.
Don't see why not.
Ricky just ripples a little bit. The veneer of not dead sort of wavering a little.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't worry. They've seen worse. And I've seen much worse.
Been through enough wars and we can sympathize. Please, have a seat. And, this Revenant right here goes around and gives you bowls filled with this stew. And then he goes right back stirring the pot. And Corey, you actually notice one of them sitting in the corner waiting in the darkness. And he says, with a rugged voice, "You there, girl."
Me?
Do you hail from Verdus Lenore?
I do, yes. I was curious about the murals earlier.
Feels like yesterday, yeah? It's been quite some time. 11 years for you, 60 for myself. You don't know me, but I know you quite well.
Oh?
My daughter.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
I think we should share the art of this individual. Give me 1 second. You can just tell, looking at him, this kobold in plate armor is none other than Corey's father. And as the figure walks out of the corner, the light hitting his silver armor, it shines brightly like the sun, causing you to recoil and blink to readjust. And as your eyesight returns, you see an old orange-red kobold with green eyes and jagged scars running along his head and neck. He's carrying a custom-made hammer, and it's resting on the wall he was just sitting next to with a kite shield to match. And he approaches you, and you meet him, and he says, "Corey, look how much you've grown. Already a young woman, and I remember you when you were just an egg."
I never expected to ever meet you.
The realms are full of many possibilities,
Right. Can we hug?
He immediately hugs you tight.
Yeah, hug points.
And Godfrey clearing his throat. Perhaps you can bring us up to speed with what else we might have missed in the outside world. And Hollow says, I'll tell you now, I miss Virtus Lenore every single day since I arrived here. And before this happens,
We got it.
Hey, killer, what's up?
We got it. We got the second treasure.
Good.
We're headed back to Kresk right now.
Great. That's great. We'll meet you there when we're done here.
Okay, be careful.
And,
Alright.
and
so, a little time passes, as you catch the, who you now know is the Knights of Argynvost, up to speed with everything that you've experienced and everything that's been going on in Barovia. And to that effect, Hollow as well. He introduces himself as Hollow. Hollo. And if any of you are sitting close to the fireplace, I assume Sagash, as you're enjoying your deer stew, you notice a shield-shaped patch on the wall just above the mantelpiece. And Godfrey says, oh, that was where our Order's emblem used to hang before the Dreadlord took it. And another one says, no doubt it's in his treasury by now. And another says, shame too. It kept us on our toes in battle back when we were alive. And the old kobold, as you were catching everything up to him, says, you're a chip off the old block, Corey, and it would seem you found yourself in some tougher scrapes than even I did, judging by the loss of your horn and your arm. So, built this yourself?
Yes, I did.
You take after your mum, alright? She was always one to make the best of what was readily available to benefit. I suppose I should tell you, you never knew your mum. She was one of the best sorcerers in our tribe. Her skills in healing extended to her knowledge in medicines and potions. We lived in a commune in the woods near Virtus Lenore for many years, but all that treating the sick, she never had time to look after herself.
Yeah.
She passed away in the 10 days, shortly after laying her egg.
That's... She sounds like a great... Out of character, I don't know, like... would you call a... Yeah, you'd call a kobold a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. She sounds like a great woman. I wish I could have met her.
I'd say you're the spitting image of her. He says, caressing your cheek a little bit. In fact, he drops his hand. That's why I saw fit to move on. I was scared to raise you by myself. Scared I'd only see her in you. That was a mistake, Corey. It was wrong of me to abandon you. I don't know how to begin to make it up to you, but rest assured, I'm willing to try and to protect one family I have left. And he opens his arms up for another hug. Do you let him?
He hesitates for a moment, but it's just a moment. And she hugs back.
He hugs you and says, don't worry. I won't ever leave your side again. Okay? And as this is sort of happening, we'll start with the younger of these revenants, and he says, "More stew?" And Kedrot, you turn around to see this gangly form of a young man clad in armor standing by the cauldron, smiling and looking at you with admiration. Is it true that you were a knight in your homeland?
Certainly was.
I've always wanted to be a knight, a hero of the people. I'm merely a squire. Was? I mean, I was going to be a knight. I never got to finish my training because, you know, he drags his finger across his neck and makes that noise.
Rather unfortunate. You certainly have the spirit to have made an excellent knight.
You think maybe sometime soon you could take me on a heroic quest like you once did?
It won't be easy, I'll promise you that.
Oh, and I won't get in your way. Promise, sir. Acceptable duties are rescuing damsels in distress or defeating powerful foes. Just don't ask me to fight. He points out the window where he can just faintly see Castle Ravenloft off in the distance and says, "Him."
Kedrot puts up a hand and he's just like, the most important thing for a knight to have is the more self-control.
And Arthend nods and smiles at that. And at the same time,
Jordan, did you reinterpret Oblivion, fanboy?
I was actually going for Scott Menville's Robin. But in terms of mannerisms, no, unrelated. It would be funny though. Honestly, I should have thought of that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll need to send you clips for you to use at a later date.
Are you the grand
Sure.
champion?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know the character well. Corey, at the same time, this knight right here, addresses you, glowing green eyes, long, wiry white hair, and a suit of armor pierced with spearheads. And he eyes your eye curiously and says, "Remarkable! An arm put together with scraps of iron and rope. I've constructed weapons under worse conditions, but never prosthetics of this caliber."
Oh, right. Thank you.
Rob Paulson!
I thought it was like, "Hi, Donnie."
Sensing a theme here.
Okay.
So Jordan
I have
made the
no
2012
clue what the
Ninja
theme here
Turtles.
is.
And also, out of game, yeah, he did also take an arrow to the knee, so he's got a bit of a gait.
So Jordan recreated the 2012 Ninja Turtle.
Turtles throughout the ages, yeah. Okay, so, he also says, taking a step back and bowing a bit, "I am Sir Damien Hargrove, Chief Engineer and Weapons Master of the Silver Order of Argynvost. At your service."
Oh, pleased to meet you. Did you make your weapons yourself?
Oh,
Are they
yeah.
your craft?
Oh, yes. I've made many trebuchets of stellar design, not to brag or anything, you know.
No, you're welcome to brag.
Oh, then brag I shall. And then he goes on a
Yes, please.
huge explanation for the inner intricacies of what it takes to build the gears and mechanisms in a good trebuchet.
Corey
while this is
listens
happening-
really intently.
Yeah.
Let me make something clear. You just said his name. I don't remember any of that. It's just Donatello.
I mean, if that'll help you in your notes, by all means. So you can probably tell that Arthend would be the Mikey of this group. Because, you know, he's the youngest. He's unlike the other knights here, he doesn't go by Sir. He's just Arthur Borwin. So he's spoilers. He's 15.
He's just a guy.
Yeah.
He's a little guy.
Yeah. And Ricky, you see a revenant hardly paying attention to his stew as he gazes at a small crest hung around his fleshless, bony neck. And he is sitting right here, actually, if you wish to talk to him. So just across from this individual.
What does the
with
crest
face
look
paint.
like?
The crest actually shares a similar resemblance to Hollow Shield. It is addressed to all members of the Knights of Argynvost.
Actually, I don't mean to cut the merriment short, but we are here for a reason.
And this individual nods and looks over to the revenant with the face paint and says, he has a point, Godfrey. We should tell them everything that's transpired here. And Godfrey lets out a sigh. You're right. I suppose we should have a place to begin. And then he looks to you all and begins to speak, and let me just get to the right place here. When the Dreadlord drove his enemies into the valley long ago, determined to annihilate them, the last thing he expected was to encounter was a silver dragon. The dragon, who called himself Argynvost, had come to the valley years earlier in the guise of the leader of a band of mercenaries hailing from the land of the Holy Empire of Valentia, far from his homeland of Verdus Lenore, where his brother Fraser reigned. The dragon didn't lair in the valleys solely because of its idyllic beauty. He learned of a place called the Amber Temple, a repository of evil power that was once guarded by the forces of good. Argynvost wanted to make sure that whatever was trapped inside the Amber Temple wouldn't be allowed to escape. So he built his fortified mansion, Argynvosthold, close by. Like many dragons, Argynvost was extraordinarily wealthy, and he was comfortable living among humans while disguised as one of them. In his travels, he used his resources to attract other champions of good, and valorous knights flocked to join Lord Argynvost's prestigious Order of the Silver Dragon. Only those who were initiated into the Order were told of Lord Argynvost's true nature. During the war between the Dreadlord and his foes, the Order of the Silver Dragon drove away malefactors searching for the Amber Temple. It also sheltered his enemies and proved more than a match for his battle-weary soldiers. We were pretty good. But the early victories of the Order didn't win the war. Even with Argynvost on our side, we were ultimately overwhelmed when the Dreadlord's reinforcements swept into the valley. Those forces slew the last of the knights and battled the dragon inside Argynvosthold. After he was slain, the Dreadlord had his corpse hacked into pieces, stripped to the bone, and years later, Baba Saga had her druid steal it and transported it to her hut as a powerful magical focus. Since Argynvost's death, the mansion has become a haunted ruin. Former bastion of nobility and light turned into a place of desolation and unrest. And his death enraged the spirit of Vladimir Horngard, the greatest of his knights. He would have been my husband before this. Horngard returned as a revenant and swore to avenge the destruction of the Order. His zeal was so great that it also brought back the spirits of several other knights who rose as revenants under his command. The vengeful revenants killed many of the Dreadlord's soldiers, and whenever the undead knights were cut down, their spirits found new courses to inhabit. There's plenty strewn about, I'm sure you've seen. Though the knights were grossly outnumbered. Oh, sorry.
Those must have been the ones we met on the way here.
Indeed. Though the knights were grossly outnumbered, we waged war for months and slew hundreds of foes. And when the Dreadlord died and became a vampire, Vladimir and the rest of us should have gone to our everlasting rest, but the spirits couldn't leave his domain. They marched to Castle Ravenloft and were stopped along the way by the Vistani seer, Madame Ava, who told them the Dreadlord had died, only to become a prisoner in his own land, tormented by the death of his beloved Tatiana and the murder of his brother Sergei. After receiving that news, Vlad ceased his advance and led his knights back to Argynvostholt to plot the next attack. Nowhere else to go and nothing else to do, Vlad set his knights to killing his agents and anyone else who might help to ease Strahd's torment. Consumed by hatred, the knights have lost their honor and nobility. The redemption hinges on whether Vlad can set aside that hatred. And, well, he's brooding behind the... And then, the knight with no face says, "The barrier of hate." Yes. Godfrey continues. Vladimir Horngard's hatred over the loss of Argynvost was so deep, he managed to rip a hole in the weave of magic that brought 12 of his men back from the dead, including me, Godfrey Gwillem. In fact, it was my love that balanced out Vladimir's blinding hate, allowing... He gestures to the knights present in the room, allowing them to maintain their humanity. And Hollow pipes up and says, "I joined only recently, saw them in their state, and did what I could to remind them of their humanity. Even hunting and feeding them for nights to come." And another one of them addresses, "You know, just because we're undead doesn't mean that we can't enjoy good grub once in a while."
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, if you're corporeal, that is. He just sort of puts his hand through the wall to gesture the kind of undead that he is.
They nod in understanding. And then Godfrey continues, saying, "The others are lying in wait downstairs, giving into despair like Vladimir did, due to living in Barovia for so long. And thus his hatred pushed their humanity from their souls completely. But those of us in this room, we're in danger of this happening as well. We would live on as Vlad's undead army of hate-filled warriors that fight for a dead, and unless you can put us at rest."
To do that, we'd need to get through the barrier.
And to get through the barrier, you need to attend to our unfinished business. And this actually, breaking the narration, this actually leads into the main side quest of this place.
Oh boy, side quests. We're adventurers. We're going to do them before the main story, right?
That's up to you.
It's time to play some Skyrim and not do the main quest. And do everything else.
Yeah.
It just means we're
Okay.
more OP when we go to the main quest again.
That's a good point.
All right.
Not if you're playing Oblivion.
That's also a good point.
Yeah, so Sir Damien, or Donatello if you prefer, talks about the barrier and says, oh no, who dropped? Okay, anyway, Sir Damien pipes up and says, the barrier of hatred works like this. It's using us revenants as amplifier for its power, and the seal won't open for anything. But in order to break it, you need to free us by helping us complete our unfinished business. And once our unfinished business is complete, our souls will be free of the hatred that Vladimir uses to tie us to our undead bodies and send us along. At least in theory. Alright.
Well, I believe we're already on the way to do that anyway.
If it's the only theory you've got, it's one we'll have to do.
So give me a second as I type this out, because you already talked to one of them, and Arthund pipes up, and we'll add to this as we go along and talk to these guys. So this is Arthund's quest. And as you explained as you were catching each other up, at 15 years old, brave Arthund wasn't a knight. Instead, he was a squire who worked for the Order, in hopes of being one day trained by its greatest warrior, Vladimir Horngard. Before his dream could be realized, he was cut down in the halls of Argynvost by Strahd's forces. So characters may agree to take Arthund along with them on a heroic quest, so that Arthund can finally be a hero. And, as he stated, word for word, acceptable duties are rescuing damsels or defeating powerful foes. And whatever you guys choose, he won't directly aid you directly against Strahd, so go figure. He was the one who killed him, after all. And Damien, and says, as for me, I was the engineer of the Order, and I was building and maintaining ballistas located on the mansion's roof. And again, I am quite an engineer beyond my years. I'd enjoy, but during the
Jordan, you are cutting
battle
out a lot.
The Dreadlord's forces were destroyed. Of course I am. Hang on.
Oh, mama.
Okay. Hopefully I'm a lot more stable now. I don't
You
know
sound
what's
a
going
lot
on with
more
the
stable.
Yeah. What?
I said you sound a lot more stable.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say you sound a lot more staticky. It's like, what the fuck? Anyway, I was I don't know what's going on with the net right now. Like what happened just now. Okay, so I think it'll just be easy if I just did that. So this is Sir Damien's quest. As for the man with no face, did I blip?
No.
Nope, you're good.
Yeah, you're good.
We're just
Okay,
listening.
okay, I don't know because because Discord is also weird thing with the bars, so I don't know what to trust anymore.
Yeah, I have that problem a lot too.
Yeah, anyway. So the man with no face, wistfully, goes on and says, as for me, I never got to see the face of my newborn son. So, if you could deliver my soul possession, the Terre family crest, to my latest direct descendant, I would be eternally grateful. Oh, I should also let you know, my name is Sir Robert Terre.
Sir Robert Terre. Got it.
That name should sound familiar to you. Especially those who helped fortify the gates of Valaki.
That's Isaac's captain.
Yep.
The captain of the guard for Valaki.
Yep.
That's right. So, who would like to share this information with Robert?
I feel like Sugash wasn't helping fortify the gates, so he wouldn't remember as well as others who were fortifying the gates, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Did Kedrot fortify the gate?
Yeah, did you catch up? Do you remember?
I feel like that's something he'd do, because, like, Ketra typically gets stuck with a lot of the heavy lifting stuff.
Hold on, because we do this thing called recording our live plays, so...
Never heard of it.
We do that?
We're going to quickly...
We have the tape?
Yeah.
I feel like Corey was there. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure
was.
why. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the I only remember that I was there, and obviously there are other people, but yeah, I can't remember. So I was like, okay, who was there first? Then we can decide.
Okay. Yeah, Kedrot, Suko, Mimi, and Corey were there.
Okay, so
Okay,
either
yes,
Kedrot
you
or
were there.
Corey. So either Kedrot or Corey would probably be the ones to point that out.
Yeah, let's have Kedrot do it.
Yeah.
Alright, so Kedrot just looks over to him. Looks over to him and is like, "Oh, I believe we're actually quite familiar with your son."
Daughter.
We're actually quite familiar with your daughter.
Orin is actually non-binary.
Oh.
Offspring.
I think it's descendant at this point.
Yeah.
Let's go descendant. Yeah, so from the top, try again.
Alright. Actually, we're quite familiar with your descendant.
Hearing that, Sir Robert takes his crest and then holds it out for you to take.
Kedrot accepts it.
And he says, I don't know how they will react seeing my face, so I entrust it to you.
We'll deliver it with haste.
And as you accept this, Sir Robern falls backwards. His bones clatter to the ground as his spirit rises, content.
A night at peace.
And the other knights take a moment to put their hands to their chests in remembrance of him. And the final knight, the horned helmet knight, introduces himself, says, I'm Sir Eric Nornthal. I was the main hunter of this here group, and before my death, I set out on an expedition to hunt and kill the rock of Mount Gakis.
Didn't we already do that?
You did, but he was quick to correct you. No. That was the mate that you killed, which is quite a rare occurrence, but not unheard of. I mean, how else would rocks continue to live on?
Now there is another one? Interesting.
Yeah, and if you got rid of its mate, that other rock would be expecting a fight and would be twice as aggressive.
Oh.
So, to free me, you're gonna have to help me on one last hunting trip up the mountain. I know my way around the place. I've had some forts there in my time, but once we kill it, then I'll be at peace.
Would you say this rock would be a particularly formidable foe?
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, knock out two birds with one stone, as they say.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Hey, Godfrey, I like this bunch.
Or one rock.
Knock out two rocks with one rock. I like that one,
Yeah.
actually.
2 rocks with 1 rock. Yeah. All right. Okay, sounds good. Just let us know when to move out, and we'll move out. And then Godfrey says, and, well, my unfinished business is the redemption of Vlad. And until he's at peace, then I'm staying right where I am. And,
forgive me. That doesn't sound conducive to all of you needing to be at peace before we can enter his room.
well, if it helps you, I was also Vlad's lieutenant in life, and these men here are like brothers to me. And I won't be at peace until they are at peace. And Vlad has carried so much hatred that I can't bear to leave aside even now. It may not make sense to you, but it's what my heart wants.
Weaken it enough so that he has a chance to get through to him.
Yes, what? Damien, would you say, how many souls would you say would be enough to blast through the barrier? Well, including Robin here, I think about 4 should do it. Then maybe if we combined with you, we could push through the barrier using you as a bit of a battering ram. That sounds crazy enough that it just might work. What do you all say?
It sounds like a better plan than nothing.
We've already battered down enough things today. What's the third one gonna hurt?
I wish I could talk to JJ right now. He'd have an idea for this.
Who's JJ?
My younger brother.
Alright. Well, if you need a place to sit down and work, here, follow me! Arthend, bolts out of the room and then, leads you, to this door. And he says, it's not much, but, the old master should, he would probably want you to use this room. And then he opens the door. And lets you inside.
It's a pretty good staging room, actually.
Yeah. And through here, you enter through what must be Argynvost's study. The room is a haven for dust and cobwebs. 3 narrow windows allow slivers of light to illuminate bare oak shelves along the walls and a torn, padded chair lying on its side near a cavernous hearth. A picture above the mantel has been slashed, its lower half hanging down below the frame like a torn piece of flesh, and an iron door set in the south corner of the west wall hangs open with one hinge. And you immediately see, you can assume that Strahd soldiers forced open the iron door that once sealed Argynvost's vault. They also took every book in the study but one. The sole remaining volume lies on the floor beneath the overturned chair. Titled The Oath Celestial, the book has been partially burned and its cover was slashed by a sword. If you want to take a moment to leaf through it, you can.
Being that it's the only thing that seems to have been left, going through it's probably a good idea.
Alright. Leafing through the crumbling book reveals that it's a devotional text for knights from a place called the Holy Empire of Valentia, written by Frazier's brother, Argynvost, who charted a course for Valentia in search for adventure. Most of the knights who joined Argynvost against Strahd came from that empire, now lost beyond the mists. And, you hear the soft flapping sound of wings, but can't discern its origin. A single piece of parchment blows off the top of a bookshelf, spirals lazily in the air, and lands gently at your feet.
Using telekinesis, he brings it up to have a look.
Alright. So, it is a page from the Journal of Argynvost.
What language is it in?
It's written in common, surprisingly.
I do not have access to that.
Huh? Oh!
You
Actually,
didn't set
hang on.
access to
yeah,
anyone with the
yeah.
link.
Yeah. Hang on. Boop. Okay, and then... try now.
There we go.
All right, and you can choose to read it aloud, or I actually have something in mind in place of it.
I'm not gonna read this aloud.
Okay. Then I suppose I will take over for that, sort of to set the scene here. The sanctity of my mansion is lost. The armies of my enemy will not be stopped by sword or spear, claw or fang. Today, I will die, not avenging those who have fallen, but defending that which I love. This valley, this home, and the ideals of the Order of the Silver Dragon. The ideals I cast aside to my brother's shame in search of adventure, excitement. But I will die to protect my soldiers. Nay, my sons. Evil surrounds me. The time has come to throw off this guise and show these heathens my true fearsome form. Let it spark terror in their hearts. Let them tell their stories of dark triumph against the protector of the Balanok Mountains. Let Argynvost be remembered as a dragon of honor and valor. My one regret is that my remains will not lie in their rightful place in the hallowed mausoleum of Argynvostholt. No doubt my bones will be scattered among my enemies like the coins of a plundered horde. Trophies of a hard-won victory. I do not fear death. Though my body will die, my spirit and my sons will live on. Let it serve as a beacon of light against the darkness. Let it bring hope to a land wrought with despair. Now, to battle. And with that in mind, you can use this room however you wish. But I think we both know what you're going to use it for. And we'll open the doors to this as well. And this. All right. So, would you like to take this time to build a new body for JJ?
Well, I don't have all the materials here, and I'm going to need help.
All right.
The lizard can help?
I need metal and some decent wood.
All right. Arthand hears that, and then he and the other knights scramble about the mansion, finding whatever they can find to bring everything over to you. So all the components that you would need to build such a body. And obviously this will take like all day to construct.
Yeah, this is not going to be a very short endeavor.
Yeah, but luckily you are in a safe place here. So you spend the better part of the day building a body for JJ. So, while this is going on, why? Huh?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I was about to say, while also getting the right things here. Why don't we see how the other half of the party is
Actually,
doing?
Kim, because the thing that I wanted to do actually can serve as a good transition.
Oh, okay. What's up?
So we have a shopping list. So Sugash is like, wait a minute. And he pulls out the sending stone.
Okay.
Bling, bling.
All right. All right. The other four.
Hang on, everything's loading. And I'm watching my window because I just got word that my fucking cat's got the bird again.
God damn it.
So I feel like this is a good time for Sugash to call Kira.
All right. Oh, hold on.
Yo, hello?
Hey, Kira, it's Sugash. We have a little bit of a shopping list from a restless spirit trying to find closure with their life. Anyway, I was wondering if you'd be willing to help out with it, because you might get the crest before we're able to.
Why does this sound like this is just a normal Wednesday here?
I know. Okay. Do you have like a?
One of your party members is a ghost. Come on.
Do you have like a pen and paper or something?
Zuko, do you have pen and paper? Actually, wait, I have.
And actually, while you're writing, and then you ask Suko this, you notice that Suko and Mimi are in the middle of a game right now.
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
Suko looks over.
We'll get to them. Have their moment first.
I kind of wanted to try and hook as many people in as possible without having to grab the carriage driver into Suko trying to run blackjack.
Okay.
Using
so Ark, we'll
like
say that
rocks that she found.
Yeah. So Ark, Mimi, and Suko, you're all playing this game together.
And you look over and ask for paper. Tsuko's like, the only paper I have has scores on them.
Hold on.
Yeah. Tsuko like reaches over and you can see it's clouded with about eight rounds currently of blackjack. It only recently got set up.
God damn. Okay, just tell me.
Okay. Carpenter's tools.
Okay, carpenter's tools.
Smith's tools.
Okay, smith's tools.
We could probably get the 5 fallen tree logs on our own. 10 pounds of iron.
Okay, 10 pounds of iron.
And 100 feet of hempen rope.
Okay, I can easily get those at Crest.
Okay, great. I'm sorry for having to. Also, I can make a whip now.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know how I did it, but I surely shipped it. Anyway, sorry.
All right.
I've had enough beers too. I'll talk to you guys later.
Hold on. Before you hang up,
wait a minute,
Kedra walks over to you, picks up the sending stone, and says,
Yep. Apologies, Gosh, but you don't mind if I talk to Kira for a little bit?
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
give it right back.
Kedra wants the phone.
What's a phone?
Meanwhile, in the background, Suko's like, "Say hi from us."
Oh yeah, Zuko says hi. They're in the middle of a game of something called blackjack.
Oh, I've heard of that.
I like to
Akira.
think that Mimi has caught on real quickly.
Kira, I just wanted to simply ask you, as of late, has he ever barged into your dreams yet?
Thank Bahamut, no.
When we meet together, do you want to do something really funny?
I don't know if I want to do anything funny that involves him.
Oh, no, you won't have to do anything. This'll be all on me.
All right, what do you got planned?
I'll let you know when we can meet back together. Until then, stay safe.
All right. Oh, by the way, Mimi
Okay.
says hi.
Hello, Mimi. Good luck with your game.
Thank you. She's distracted by the game. She's like, thank you.
Just gives Sugash back the sending stone.
All right, we'll pick up those materials.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Click, click.
Click,
Yeah.
click.
So, Suko, Mimi, Ark, and Kira, we obviously return to you as you race your way through the ruins of Brez, reaching past Argenbosch Holt, and hopefully before night falls, because it is around twilight right now. The galloping of your horse's hooves, speeding across the muddy ground muddy ground beneath you, fills your ears, and the tension was palpable in your lungs. When all of a sudden, someone jumps out to stop you, waving and shouting, "Whoa, whoa, hey! Stop the car! Stop the car!"
Whoa, whoa, easy.
You come to a screeching halt, and standing before you is Zoldar Zoldarovich. And Yevgeny Krushkin and their band of wolf hunters behind them. Zoldar keels over in relief, putting his hands on his knees and panting. Thank the Morning Lord. I thought you were gonna keep going. Whew.
Yeah, sorry,
Archis
we were...
is back.
Yeah, I don't want to be out here at night, so we were free.
Then you better go back the way you came. There's something blocking the road. And Yevgeny, standing next to him, takes out a wooden pipe, crushes some kind of plant, and lights it. It emits a pungent, earthy sense as he huffs and puffs. In short, take the scenic route. This won't be pretty. Who wants to roll? Mimi, why don't you roll medicine for me?
What? Wisdom?
Medicine.
Medicine? Oh, even better. If I had my sheet up. I forgot to have my sheet up for once. Don't worry. This is my best stat. Unironically, this is my best stat. 25.
Smoke weed every day.
I will
God
end all of
fucking
you.
damn it.
We
Well,
did
is
it! We did it!
I hate it here. I'm leaving.
All right.
I try and contribute to the game, and
All right. So, would you, Mimi, like to ask him what he's smoking? Since you know what it is.
What are you smoking?
Weed. What? It's for my chronic pain. Much more potent than healing potions.
He has a point.
I feel like there are better ways to help your chronic pain rather than that. I mean, I understand that, but hold on. She's gonna cover her nose, but can she help?
Certainly.
All right.
All right. So, this would be Yevgeny, the scrungly looking fellow over there. And what would you like to do to ease his pain?
Okay, so I have a couple of spells that could help. But I'm trying to think which one I want to do.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna start. Let's just do cure wounds. Just a regular cure wounds.
A regular cure wounds. Okay, so you go over to Yevgeny, and you touch him on the chest and the back, and then as you cast the spell, you send a pulse of healing through his body, and he rolls his neck, shoulders, shimmies them a little bit, clatters his armor a little bit. It's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then
I don't.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say. So what's everyone else? Okay, I'm speaking off here. What's everyone else doing?
They were just hanging out on the road as they were being told that the road is blocked by something, and Zoldar is about to elaborate.
Okay.
Listen.
I'm kind of waiting on that.
There's a wolf that's... Yeah, listen. So, there's a wolf that's bigger than anything we've ever faced before. I'm sure you've heard about it. And you actually think back to the rumors that Van Richten heard about, this giant werewolf that's been prowling the area, and also the things you heard about Suko while following closely behind the Children of the Moon, your werewolf friends, and the battles that they've been facing with the remnants of the Wild Hunt faction, and also the Wolf Hunters.
I'd like to add I'd like to once again reiterate, Mimi's the only one here who hasn't really met the children of the Moon or the Wild Hunt. So
you're absolutely right. Mimi was gone for that entire quest. Jackie was in her place.
Yes. So, I mean, it's not that she couldn't have heard stories or rumors, but like Kira, Suko, and Ark would actually be the ones who would know more about them.
Yeah.
Mimi would.
In the case of the current situation, though, Suko has definitely heard about the sightings of this supposed giant wolf.
I heard about this, but I mean, do we want to go around this late at night, or do we want to try and push through and deal with it?
Yevgeny pipes up and says, "This can go one of two ways. Either help us kill that abomination, or get out of the way." And then Zoldar says, "Yevgeny, I'm sorry about him. We've been hunting this thing all morning." And I believe Ark has something to say.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So, as you have this conversation, Yevgeny suddenly takes charge, and then with a simple hand gesture, pointing with two fingers, he, orders, the wolf hunters to proceed along and, begin, hiding. And he turns around and says, last chance to turn back. Tarot Court.
You know, we've dealt with a lot of stuff. Why the heck not? We could kill one more wolf.
Good answer. Excellent.
Mimi turns
Sold on,
back
let's
to
move.
Mimi turns back to Kira and is like, "You guys killed a wolf?
We killed several wolves.
Okay."
We'll explain it on the way. On the way.
All right. And as the rest of you ride along with Yevgeny and Zoldar Zoldarovich, you are filled with a sense of unease, and for some of you, a lingering sense that there's more to this than meets the eye. How are you guys feeling? One more hour?
Yeah, one more hour.
Where are we at right now?
We're at 10:39.
We're at the forest.
How's Ark feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Okay, yeah. I think we can proceed with this next section then.
Okay.
So you guys are now in this village proper. We're appearing at the bottom of the map, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. Can I just say that Kira went on ahead and hid the horses, and we're just on foot?
Yeah, sure thing. By all means. You hide the horses, in the brush, relatively in a safe area, nothing too dangerous. Oh, perfect
Cover
timing.
the scent.
Cover the scent. You cover them with mud a little bit, which they resist a little bit, but with your expertise in horses, they understand that this is to keep them safe. So you have entered this Valich Woods. Towering trees whose tops are lost in heavy gray mist block out a few rays of sunlight. And they warm you as you pass through them. It's a feeling you haven't felt in a long time. Some of you haven't felt this in weeks. Others, for centuries. You see a bridge just up top, strong and clearly built recently, which makes it stick out all the more against the gaps to the atmosphere of the woods surrounding you. You can assume this is a lot. You can assume this lot set it up. The tree trunks are unnaturally close to one another, and the woods have the silence of a forgotten grave, yet exude the feeling of an unvoiced scream. And Yevgeny says, "All right, people, you know what to do." The wolf hunters deftly skulk through the woods, picking ideal places to hide. And you can assist them by either doing an athletics check to climb the rocks above you, or hide in the thicket and shadows with a stealth check. So athletics or stealth. You can decide this amongst yourselves.
I'm going to use my little funny ring.
I mean,
Pass
I was
without a
gonna.
trace.
I mean, Mimi has a negative athletics modifier and an actual positive stealth modifier. So,
I feel like both Suka and Ark are very adept at climbing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like athletics is like one of, if not, yeah, that's actually Ark's best one.
I'm not good at
All right.
athletics. I just have a climb speed.
Yeah.
I could just go up the rocks because it's like normal terrain for me.
Alright. I'm going in
Alright.
stealth mode, so that what would be a 15 is now a 25.
what would be
Excellent.
a 13 would be a 23.
And also for documentation purposes, make sure you put the rolls in the rolls chat.
Okay.
What do I roll? Do I still roll athletics if do I roll with advantage because I have a climb speed, or what's the deal? Because I just
And
have a climbing speed of 45 feet.
Oh, okay. You know what? If you can already climb, then you can just go and climb. No roll necessary.
Cool. That does mean that these folks see Suko just
Oh, also,
like
Ark, you can
Spider-Man
fly,
climb
yeah?
up the rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, unless you want to challenge the athletics check, your call, Ark.
Does not matter because I mean I rolled high either way.
Yeah, you all rolled beautifully. So, yeah. So, Suko, you, like, yeah, like a spider, you climb your way up the rocks, deftly. And you, swing across the branches and then, land on it, perched perfectly. Ark, you climb your way, up to, well, whatever, face that you prefer, honestly.
Yeah, probably.
Which, side of the...
Yeah, like probably like yeah, somewhere. Yeah, where do I want to go? Yeah, somewhere relatively high up. So I can just kind of dive.
Yeah.
So I can just kind of dive bomb.
Yeah. So,
I'll probably maybe like kind of like go like opposite of Suko. Up on the cliff.
All right, sure. So you climb your way right up there, and yeah, it's pretty high. As for the others, yeah, Kira, you hide perfectly and go into the brush. And Mimi, you do the same. You jump right in here. And then Zoldar and Yevgeny do their fair share of hiding. They hide under the bridge just out of sight as they skulk about the place. Zoldar doubles and follows his partner.
Can
And
I assist with something?
What's up?
I would like to, if I can maintain eyeline on them for a brief moment. As we're preparing for this, I do kind of just want to let off a radiant blast and give those two because they are seemingly the closest in the path of the wolf. I'm gonna give them temporary hit points, one set for each of them.
All right. Zoldar and Yevgeny address you silently and nod. And then you all lie in wait for this wolf to pass through. But let's have Ark roll a perception check.
All right. Perception. What was my multiply? Perception. That would be an 18.
You catch the scent of death in the air. It's faint, but it's pungent.
Oh boy. Do not like the smell of that.
And it's coming straight ahead, actually.
Yeah, if there's maybe like a way, if I could kind of signal to Suko, like, you know, over there.
Yep, Suko's gonna just be ready. It's just going to.
I would like to hold an action.
Which action will that be?
I would like to hold shatter.
Okay. For a while, you haven't encountered anything, just the smell, which Ark signaled. And with a surprisingly big grin, Yevgeny waves his hand and signals a couple of people to mobilize around the perimeter. And one by one, they begin to walk down the path, still stealthily. some of them have to take the bridge. And as this is happening, Yevgeny addresses Ark, and he says, hey, take your friends and check it out.
Oh, okay. And then, Ark'll motion again, like, yeah, probably the Suko, because I would imagine she's the first one he just sees directly in the line of sight.
And where are we heading? Just north? Like up there?
Yes.
Yeah, Suko will trace along the ridgeline, keeping low. I can roll stealth if that's necessary at this point.
Yeah, and go ahead and roll stealth. And with that in mind,
yeah. Yeah, and if there's a way that Ark can like try and maybe get like Mimi or Mimi and Kira's attention, be it like, you know, just through silent hand motions, go up.
Well, would Mimi be able to see Ark?
I'd say yeah, just below the bridge.
Okay. In that case,
Yeah, 'cause
do I have to roll anything?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm moving along here along the shadows.
Suko got a 24. Oh yeah, that's Friendbot. What's friend time? What's this doing here? Stuff for later. Anyway, so you all follow along, and with that in mind, the foul scent leads you to a human corpse half buried in the underbrush about 15 feet from the road. A young man, roughly in his mid to late 20s.
Oh god, this is Cujo reference all over again. Fuck.
Alright. Where is Ark?
Right.
Oh, there he is.
Yep, right there.
Alright, so Zoldar hides behind this rock and then readies his longbow.
Are we
just
coming in
case.
from the left or the bottom?
Towards the bottom, from either this side or this side, which I think you guys mostly did.
Yeah, I'm staying close to the shadows.
Mm-hmm. So, whoever wants to investigate the body, which I'm assuming it's Suko.
Yeah, Suko's gonna creep around, kind of keeping an eye on other things, and move up to this.
Yeah. So, the young man appears to be a commoner, and he sits in a dried pool of what used to be his blood. His muddy clothes are torn and raked with claw marks, and 3 large holes are present across his shoulder down to his waist, long filled with maggots. Crows have been at the body, which is surrounded by the paw prints. The man has obviously been dead for several days. And content that there's no immediate danger right now, Zoldar goes from his hiding place and inspects the body and says, damn, poor guy. I think we know the culprit, judging by the size of these injuries. Question is, he pensively scans the area. Where'd it go?
Suko gestures. Do you reckon that's its den? Surely it can't be this close to the road, right? She points over to the cave in the distance.
Zoldar looks over to the cave and says, And as you all make your way towards the cave entrance, you begin to hear movement deep within it. And as you get your weapons and spells ready, Zoldar quickly and decisively pulling out his bow and knocking an arrow, preparing a magical sigil on the arrowhead, he says, show yourselves! And one by one, you see your friends, the Children of the Moon, walking out. They appear tired and anxious. And Skenis notices you, Suko, and a smile appears on his wrinkled face as he says, "My friend."
Oh, you lower your weapon. I yell to the hunter.
Yeah. Zoldar does so. So you guys can approach them safely now.
I'm just gonna linger by the ledge here, just kind of watch.
And Zuleika, smelling you, says, "You can come down, princess. It's all right."
All right.
It's like,
Oh,
yeah, it's.
we were worried that this was the giant wolf. All right.
The giant wolf. And Zoldar says, "Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing." And ignoring his comment, Zuleika says, "We were attacked by the Wild Hunt. We heard news from Muriel Vinshaw that you were on your way to collect the treasures of Ravenloft, and we were on our way to Kretsk to come meet you. But she closes her eyes in sadness and folds her arms.
Hmm.
And
Issues.
yeah. And Scannis says, grave tidings have befallen our tribe." And as you have this conversation, Zoldar notices Wenny in the background, this old woman right here, holding a scared Kellen close to her. His eyes open wide, but as he goes to approach her, you all hear a ghastly howl, mixed with what sounds like Emil screaming and some unnamed horror beyond your understanding. And all the wolf hunters, all the Children of the Moon huddle together in defense of each other, and Zuleika, pulling out her rapier, says, "He found us." And then Skenis says, "Get to Kretsk. Let them know what we found. We'll come find you. Go!" And they begin to descend back into the cave where they came from. And Zoldar approaches them and says, "Wait!" And drops his arm upon you all hearing the noise once again. Suddenly, he begins to get grabbed by a black tendril, and goes, "Ugh, ah, ah!" as he tries shooting it with his arrows, trying to come loose.
May I cast Shatter to rip the tentacle?
Yes, you can. So, as you see this happening, you blast the point right here, as blackened gore loosens Zoldar's grip. Ugh! Well, I think we found the wolf.
What kind of fucking wolf? Zuko's just baffled.
And as you ask this question,
Ark, by any chance this is one of your brothers?
He's like, that's like, fuck if I know.
And
That is-
as this is happening, some of the wolf hunters begin to come out of hiding and readying their arrows. They go to attack the creature, and it lets out a shriek of pain, but then unleashes 4 tendrils that lift them up high into the air. They scream as they try to get free, only for it to slam them down hard and basically turning them into jam. Bloody red jam. And the beast begins to advance on you, and then you hear Yevgeny shouting, "Give it all you got, men! I want it tied intact!" And then Zoldar says, "Go, run the other way, I'll cover you," as he doubles back into the woods, leading this creature away from where you are.
So that's a problem.
And as you decide what to do, the tendrils begins to wrap around Mimi. Mimi, I want you to make a dex save.
Oh no. Oh no. That's a 5.
Okay, so you are ensnared by one of these tentacles, screaming for your friends.
Ark will definitely try to like swoop in and either like grab her or attack the tentacle.
All right, so I would say you're close enough to Mimi to fly straight towards her.
Okay.
So for you, let's have this be an athletics contest between you and this strange wolf creature.
All right, so that will be a. Why can't I do math? Calculator. That'll be a 22 athletics.
Straight 18. You rip Mimi away from the tendril, and the beast has its attention square on you now, and it unleashes a howl. What do you do?
I would like to bird up and just scream right back.
All right, so you enter your rage,
bless you.
And with a surging and visceral movement of your body, you can actually flip your coin to another side actually to illustrate this. Yeah, right click, multi-sided.
Multi-sided. And then there's random side and choose side.
Oh, Kira's going into her dragon form?
Yep.
Yeah, and there's a slider that you can switch to another side.
Okay, so that's how that works.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's so useful. It's actually, yes, roll 20. This is what we need.
Yeah, so Ark, you unleash a shrill and horrific alien cry as you bird up.
Yeah.
And Kira, you unleash a roar as you do the same. Holy light surging from you as your wings and tail erupt from your scaling body. And the creature scans the rest of you, and it lumbers forward and says, without moving its mouth, we were taken from Mother because of you.
Mother?
Now, we have the power to tear your flesh, suck the marrow from your bones, feast upon your disgusting body. It looks over to Suko.
we have initiative?
You know what? For the intents and purposes of this, everyone roll initiative.
Okay.
Okay. I have advantage. I need to remember that. Yes.
Taken from the manor of the dusts. You fled while our blood was used to create the likes of the two Kavani warriors. It gestures to Ark. Oh, Ark, you rolled below a 10. Would you like to re-roll that?
Sure, why not? Oh, much better. Like, considerably better. That's like, God, that's like one of the highest initiative rolls I've gotten in this fucking campaign.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's like Ark rolling high on initiative? What is this sorcery?
And just for intents purposes, Kira and Suko got that 20.
A dirty 20.
Oh, dirty 20. Oh,
Kira and Ark got dirty 20.
Gotcha. Okay, so
Suko got a net
just
20.
Suko. Yeah. I gotcha.
Even when we all have 20s, I'm still on the bottom! Yes!
Ark is just the mighty glacier.
If I can't be the best, I'll be the worst.
That's okay, cause Ark, you're gonna get something good.
All right. So, as you prepare to fight this beast, we are going to call the session here.
Of course.
Not even doing us fight it? How dare you?
What the fuck is this thing?
This is the mutant werewolf.
It's a giant wolf.
Right. A colossal.
I can't believe you guys get to fight Big Chungus.
I mean,
we
already
420.
We already had like XPs of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles here. Might as well have another mutant.
Yeah. So let me go ahead and roll initiative for the mutant werewolf 2. Just because it's proper, I believe. But while the session draws to a close, everyone, thank you for watching with us. I don't know about you, but I had a great time.
Yeah.
I had a really good time too.
Yeah. Hang on. But
So- You know who else had a good time?
Who's that?
Fucking Hoopa.
You know what? I bet he summoned the mutant werewolf.
Suko.
How the fuck do you remember my name? Fuck off.
Also, did you notice something about what it mentioned?
Yeah, Suko's blood was apparently used to make Ark.
No. Think back to Durst Manor. What did you fight there?
Gibbering Mound.
Mm-hmm.
Shambling Mound.
Wait,
No,
did
it was
we?
Gibbering. No, it was
Gibbering
Gibbering
Moutha.
Yeah.
Gibbering Mouther, right.
Yeah. The mutant
Is
werewolf
this
got-
Gibbering Werewolf?
Think about it.
Did you
a little
steal
more.
my Gibbering Bard bit, but make it a werewolf?
We will think about that little nugget as we wait for the next session.
Yep. Next is more fun school shenanigans.
And then Ravnica Trail of Dragons. What is the next story arc? I think most of the players know at this point, but
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, for
we need to do that.
Ravnica, it'll be on Star Wars Day, May the 4th. Okay,
That's
so
based.
Thank you all for watching with us. We'll see you next time.
I will be older by the next time any of you see me.
Oh, happy
Yo!
birthday!
Happy early birthday.
Happy
It's
birthday
on the
early.
off week. I turn 26 in 3 days.
Oh my god. Stop. You're not allowed to say those numbers. You're making me feel like the old man.
I think we can end the stream here now. Bye-bye.
Besides Suka.
You're not allowed to be 10 years. You're not allowed to be 11 years younger than me. Shut up.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
I